We would like to call this meeting of the Provo Municipal Council work session to order. Today is Tuesday, June 15th, 2021. The time is 1:06 p.m. We are all gathered here in person as counselors, except for Councillor Fillmore, who I understand will be joining us shortly. We're also joined by members of the administration and council staff. Meetings of the municipal council are now being held mostly in person, but members of the public may continue to view council meetings on YouTube and Facebook, or they may attend in person at the council chambers at the Provo City Center, where there's limited seating available. Looks like not so limited now. The mayor, councilors, city staff, and any presenters are participating in the council chamber or in some cases by using Zoom webinar. The coronavirus pandemic is not yet over, but vaccines are available, and we encourage everyone who's eligible to get vaccinated. We encourage all people to protect themselves and others by following the protocols set by the CDC and our state and local health department. Please stay safe and be kind. This meeting is being broadcast live on the web on the Provo City Council YouTube channel, where it will also be available for on-demand viewing. I remind participants to mute your microphone when not speaking so as to minimize the potential for background noises and conversations to be picked up, recorded, and broadcast for all to hear. The opening prayer this afternoon will be provided by Councillor Shannon Ellsworth.
Our dear kind Father in heaven, we're thankful for this day and we're grateful for the opportunity to live in this beautiful city, in this beautiful state, and in this wonderful country. We pray that thou will bless us, that we can make the best possible decisions and appropriately weigh all of the factors. Help us to have a long-range vision of the needs of our community. And we say this in the name of Jesus Christ. Amen.
Amen. Thank you for that prayer. Although this is a public meeting, only the presenters and those invited by the council may speak or ask questions unless otherwise invited by the chair. If you're participating via Zoom, please use the raised hand to indicate that you would like to speak. Please wait to speak until called on by the council chair. If you're sitting at the dais in the council chamber, you'll need to raise your actual hand instead of clicking an option in Zoom. Muting and unmuting your microphone will need to be done with the red buttons at the dais instead of on the computer. First item of business for today is a presentation regarding a local government disaster fund. And this is to be presented by Cliff Strachan, Council Executive Director.
Mr. Chair, with your permission, I'd like to do it from the dais.
Sure.
Okay, I'll need to share my screen. Can I have permission to share? Thank you. All right. Councilors, thank you for the opportunity. You've asked me to come back and give you an update on the or more information on the local government disaster fund. I'll just go through it fairly quickly, and then you have a few minutes to talk. Again, state code allows you as a council to create a local government disaster fund. And it puts some direction to put 10% of estimated revenues for the current fiscal period. They're not restricted or otherwise obligated into the fund. There's still some confusion, ambiguity around that number. We'll come back to it. Within the disaster fund, how do you use it? You can use it to mitigate a disaster. You can use it to access the local government emergency response loans, which is a state fund. You may use up to 10% of the existing balance in the disaster fund for emergency preparedness year to year, as long as you've got it in the budget in time for the tentative budget to be adopted. And then it talks about the loan funds that how you access them. There's some issues with the legislation that exist. This question of 10% of the total estimated revenues, and the question is, what is included in the total estimated revenues? Often we've talked about general fund reserves, and if for example, the rainy day fund is a maximum of 35%. But the numbers could be quite huge. In Provo, if you took 10% of our general fund, not counting transfers, you'd be about $5.9 million to have as a balance in that fund. Overall, if you talk about 10% of total estimated revenues and you include everything from enterprise funds, special revenue, capital improvements, debt service, internal service, and then the other entities that you are, which is the RDA and the storm drain board, you could end up with $30 million in this fund to get your 10%. So there's some ambiguity around what to do with that and how to correct it. Now, I talked to someone at the Division of Emergency Management. They're not aware of any jurisdiction that's actually at the local levels actually created one of these. And yet the state has money in the state disaster fund available. And they also think that there's certain provisions like the 5-year average requirement being restrictive. So what they've done is they are looking to get some legislative fixes. They're working with Senator Harrison, and I've made them aware that we've contacted Senator Bramble, Representative Harrison, and that we've contacted Senator Bramble to at least start a discussion about how to adjust and amend these. So they're actually working to try and get a bill to committee before the 22 session at the legislature. So they're working on that. And then, so the proposal that we have talked about previously is to establish a local disaster fund for Provo. And so what I've got drafted is some language to insert in the budget ordinance. You'd want to create a new part 11 and then renumber the existing parts 11 and 12 to 12 and 13. The statement here is the municipal council hereby directs the creation and maintenance of a special fund known as the Local Government Disaster Fund pursuant to Utah Code annotated 53-2A-605. And then the question comes up, how are you going to fund it? And council members have expressed two ways to fund it. One is to fund it from revenue surpluses. This is Councillor Shipley's suggestion. And so the language I've drafted for that is to to fund it from revenue surpluses and include that in part 11. But it could also alternatively be included in part 10, as you'll see in the next section. What we drafted here is each year after the completion of the fiscal year, after revenues have been compared with expenses and adjustments authorized by the annual budget ordinance in the general fund to determine net revenue surplus, the mayor is hereby authorized to allocate and deposit 10% or the maximum amount allowed to be transferred under state law, whichever is less, of any general fund net revenue surplus into the local government disaster fund. That's one way of funding it. The second way of funding it is to do it from with your intent carryover language with a slight modification to make it read a little better. The first paragraph is essentially what the administration has proposed. And then based on David Sewell's comments on the email that I sent you last week, the second part would be of the remaining general fund budget savings that are not carried over as described above, 20% or the maximum amount allowed to be transferred under state law, whichever is less, shall be placed in the local government disaster fund to be created by part 11. You saw the language a minute ago. So that's kind of the proposal. And then I wanted to be clear in discussions with John Borgett, who's been in discussions with Mayor and Mayor Kafusi and Wayne Parker. The administration position essentially is that they prefer to wait till the ambiguities in legislation are resolved. And they prefer to wait until the maximum general fund balance is reached. We're about 25%, and we can go as high as 35%. But to be fair, I wanted to represent that that's their position on this. They'd prefer to wait. And then so coming back to what can you do? These are your possible actions. Establish the fund, just determine how to fund it, or you could defer it to the future. You could also do nothing and just maintain the status quo. And now turn the time back to you for questions and discussions.
Mr. Hanley.
Could you clarify what you mean by defer to the future as opposed to?
You could continue it and just deal with it someday in the future.
Okay, so
In other words, you could say it's our intent to consider this again next year, and ask for a report to come back next year with a proposal or something.
Mr. Shipley.
So would we need a movement or a motion during this work meeting to accomplish any one of these three?
Yeah, it would be preferred because any changes that they need to make into the ordinance, we want to get the language in the right place and structured in the ordinance in time, because the ordinance is quite long and there's lots of pieces to it. And if you would make that decision now rather than 5 hours from now, then we can be ready with the ordinance on this issue.
So in light of that, I'll make a quick comment and then create a motion, I guess, so for us to discuss. But I think I've made pretty clear via email to the council and everyone that I'm supportive of us doing both funding sources. I don't think either of which is going to be a significant funding source. So I understand, I think, the administration's desire to have flexibility, maximum flexibility. I think we accomplish that through the general fund. I also am anxious to lead out on this and accomplish this as soon as possible. So I think the way that we've worded it here is it's not transferring general fund balance. It's not aggressive, I don't think, in any way as far as funding it aggressively. Ideally, I'd fund it more aggressively if we had less ambiguity about what the law actually stated. And I think we could look at that in the future. But I think for now, it's important to establish this, to show good faith. The intention 5 years ago was that cities would have this type of fund available for their cities. I think I've made clear that my opinion is that the federal government would not be able to financially help us rebuild the way that I think citizens would expect from something like this. Although citizens might expect the federal government to do it all, that's not what the federal government's there for. They usually start the recovery and then they expect local governments to do the rest. So my motion would be for us to establish the fund and then use both funding sources, both the language for the carryover and also for the revenue surplus to accomplish an ongoing funding source for this particular fund.
We have a motion by Mr. Shipley. Second by Mr. Harding. Is there any discussion on the motion? Mr. Harding.
So I'm in agreement as well. I think that money in our general fund is in some ways a disaster recovery fund. I think we can use that to address disasters as they occur. But I also support what the federal government has been trying to, the direction they've been trying to encourage us to go in. I support what the state is doing. And we have that the state has set aside some money and has indicated that those who do the preparation will have the priority to that and in the most favorable terms. And so I think that $1 put in the general fund is not as advantageous. It's more flexible and it can be used for more types of emergencies and critical needs. But $1 in the disaster recovery fund gives us greater access to these other resources. And so I think that it makes sense to be funding both of those. I understand the ambiguity. And so I think it's prudent to at least start the process. I think that may help focus the state on resolving these ambiguities and resolving that. And I think we'll show ourselves as a willing partner to work with them on that. So broadly, yes, I'm supportive of that. Just in what's being proposed, we have some language here that each year, and I think that's fairly unique to this. Usually we just have statements that talk about the current budget year, and then usually those don't change year to year. And so it's off, and so I guess I don't understand. I think we might want to consider taking out that language of each year. Just we'll state that this year for this budget, we're passing, the mayor is authorized to do this. And if the council next year wants to continue to do it, then they'll address it that year. And then I'm open to the discussion. And I liked how Councilor Shipley mentioned it. We may want to be more aggressive with this, but perhaps it's best to wait until that ambiguity is resolved. But and I understand the desire to get up to that 35% for decades. I don't know how long we've had that cap of 25%, and we've usually been close to it. Sometimes we've used some and then we've dropped down and then we've recovered and whatever, but we've been kind of in that 20 to 25% range. And I think it served us well. Now that ceiling has been lifted, it doesn't mean that our needs have changed at all. And so I'm still comfortable if we're in that 20 to 25% range. I think it's great if we can continue to grow that through careful management of our money. But I don't think that just because the ceiling's been lifted, we should neglect our disaster fund. So, and I guess the last thing that I want to say is I may need some help understanding like the different funding sources. To me, we have surplus, and some of that surplus can be carried over. And so to say, well, we're going to take some of that carryover and direct it to the disaster recovery, and then we're going to take some of the surplus and direct it to the disaster. I don't fully understand how that works. It seems to me that we would just say, here's our surplus, let's direct this much to disaster recovery, and then X% of the surplus can be used for carryover, and then everything else goes to general fund. But I think those details, I don't fully understand exactly the best way to set that up, but I'm open to any of that. But I think kind of that high level of what Councilor Shipley indicated is how I feel about it as well.
Thank you, Mr. Harding. Mr. Hanley.
Yeah, I guess I'd like to hear from somebody on the administration just about their concerns or feelings about these proposed methods for funding a disaster fund at this point. I don't know if Mr. Borgett or Mr. Parker.
Let me take a stab at it, Councilor. Thank you. Let me first respond, maybe if I can, to Councilmember Harding's question about carryover versus surplus. At the end of the day, just as the budget falls out at the end of the fiscal year, there are two things that can happen. One is that revenues can be higher than expected revenues. That automatically goes to surplus. That's just the nature of it. So on the carryovers, things that are not now encumbered, and based on the language that we've agreed to in the budget ordinance, of any budget savings on the expenditure side that are generated, the mayor can carry over 50% up to $400,000 to be placed in the Innovation and Mayor's Recognition Fund. The remaining 50% would then, absent the disaster fund, would fall to fund balance. There are two ways money gets to fund balance: revenues over expected and expenditures under expected, right? And so what's being proposed here is to take 20%, as I understand it, of the carryover that would normally fall to fund balance from the expenditure side and put that into the disaster fund, and 10% of the revenue overage into that fund. So again, generally speaking, if we were to follow, if we were not to use the expenditure side of this, all of that would fall to fund balance, and then 10% of the total would go in. And so again, just to explain the difference, we're actually proposing to do 10% of the revenue and 20% of the expenditure savings. Does that make sense? So that's the difference. I think our concerns, and you've articulated, I think, them well. So obviously, the more money in the rainy day fund, the better we like it, as a general rule. It is available, as Councilmember Harding suggested, for a disaster. We also have earthquake insurance on our public facilities. And so from the standpoint of at least an earthquake, might not be a flood or other things, but at least in terms of a disastrous earthquake, we do have insurance coverage for that. But again, and I think Mr. Borget's indicated before, anytime we've been had a look at our bond rating, one of the questions that comes up is obviously bond rating agencies and investors want you to have a really large rainy day fund. They love it, because again, it gives them an extra level of security. We've been able to argue over the years, as they've said, you need more than 25% in order to get a really good bond rating. We've said, well, we're capped statutorily. We can't do more than that. And so part of our worry is that as we move forward now with the new statutory ceiling of 35%, that every couple of years when Moody's and Standards and Poor's come in and do our bond rating, they'll say, oh, you could have 35%. You only have 25%. We're going to downgrade your bond rating. And so again, from a flexibility standpoint, as well as from a bond rating standpoint, we'd love to get to that 35% number as quickly as we can. And this, again, modest, admittedly modest, but it diverts from that 35% cap, what we have. So it will take us longer to get to 35%. And so again, I think those have been our principal concerns: maximum flexibility, and concern about the impact that it may have on our bond rating. When we do nothing else different than what we've done in the past, we could find ourselves moving from a AA+ to a AA or something as the result of that change. And again, costs us then more to borrow, creates some investor uncertainty, and so again, that's been our major concern about trying to do this. And again, because we just don't have a lot of questions answered about the legislation, there are ambiguities about what is the maximum amount, how is that's calculated, what's in and out, and no one from the state's been able to answer those questions for us up to this point. We've just been concerned about diving into something that we just don't have all the answers on, and would prefer either to get definitive answers from the state or to see legislative changes in the next session that would make clearer definitions. So those are our reasons for having concern about moving this direction.
Thank you, Mr. Parker. Mr. Strachan.
That's all good information. And might I just add one point of clarification? That 20% on the expenditure side would actually represent about 10% of the carryover ideally. So it's not as high as that. But so in terms of the carrying over, if basically you'd be saying 10% of whatever went in that wasn't going into general fund. So maybe you put 10% in a typical year or whatever, you might go up, say $9,000 or $9 million versus $10 million. So it depends on how much goes in, but it'll slow it down by about 10%. The changes. And also, John had reminded me yesterday, they had talked also to Cameron Deal at ULCT, so they're aware of the issue as well. And I think there's a willingness to try and resolve these ambiguities and get and address them in a way that's functional. And it may be that, if there's a lot of cities that can't get even to a point where they're at 25% or 35%, some of our sister cities of our size are down around 8 or 12% of their general fund balance. So we're in pretty good stead anyway, and we're making progress however you want to proceed.
So, Mr. Hanley.
I just wanted to follow up after hearing Mr. Parker's explanation. I think my inclination is to wait, certainly for clarification on the legislative side of things. That may or may not affect our decision making, and I think I'm persuaded by the reservations that the administration have expressed that we can wait one more year without any undue risk. So that would be my preference.
Mr. Chairman, can I just make a couple of clarifications? So first of all, there is nothing in the budget ordinance that suggests that you have to do all of this now. Budget ordinance can be opened at any point in time after a public hearing during the fiscal year. If you wanted to make, if you had some questions about the uncertainty and you wanted to wait until after the legislative session in January, we don't have to wait till next year to do it. We can do it at any point in time. The other option might be to create the local government disaster relief fund as a part of this budget process and put some money in that fund, $10,000, $50,000, whatever it would be, and then come back and develop the funding, ongoing funding mechanism once you have legislative clarity. So that might be another alternative. We certainly wouldn't be opposed to that. We're not opposed to the concept. I think we're just opposed. And again, I don't want to say opposed. We're concerned about some of the ambiguities that, once the money goes into that fund, it can't come out until you have a declared disaster. And if at some point we see the legislative changes and think, oh, maybe we don't want to go quite as fast, or maybe we want to go faster, that initial money you put in can't ever come out until you have a declared disaster. So that might be another option to consider, would be creating the fund, putting some money in it to sort of be a placeholder, and then talking later about the ongoing mechanism for continuing to feed the fund. So that might be another thing to put into your consideration.
Thank you. Mr. Borgett?
Like to mention. Yes, Wayne has made a couple excellent points, but there's a couple things I want to just add that I think are important. We belong to a UGFOA group, and I did send out a request. We have a group email that goes out to all the neighboring cities to see if any of the entities were participating, and none of them responded. Also, I would mention that on the revenue side, I feel pretty strongly that if there was a desire to put funds in this disaster recovery fund, that it would be good to do it as at the end of the fiscal year, as you can kind of look through and see what, maybe there was some land that was purchased during the year, or maybe there's some other uses of fund balance, and be able to take a look at the fund balance level and see where it's at, and then make a decision. It really concerns me to make a long-term plan to set aside a certain percentage, because I think that just kind of ties the hands of the city. And I just feel like it's so important to look at and manage and assess that fund balance on an annual basis. And I think when the audit's presented, we always show what happened to fund balance, what level it's at. Now would be the perfect time to do it. The other thing I would mention is the states increased the limit from 25 to 35%. I really believe that is because they see that it's advantageous if you want to really be prepared for any type of uncertain event, that 35% put you in a better position. And so I really think it's to our advantage to try to capitalize on that. I'd also mention that it's interesting that I really think one of the intents of the fund, of the disaster recovery fund, was when they basically said that anything that's put in there wouldn't count against your current percentage that goes into the state limit. It's almost like this was an intent to provide entities with the ability to set aside even additional funds on top of the limit for unexpected events. And so another reason why I have a strong proponent of trying to reach that 35% limit first. If they had still had us at 25%, I think it's a little different world. But now that we're there, I think it's a good opportunity to look into. So anyway, those are just a couple of my thoughts.
Thank you, Mr. Borgett. Mr. Shipley.
Maybe one quick follow-up. I appreciate the administration. I don't think that even if we defer this today, that it somehow, is we're not committed to this or something like that. We can do it down the road, like Wayne said. For me, establishing it and being committed to it, even at what I feel like is a very, very small, modest level, makes sense. I think it maintains a lot of flexibility based on the fact that we're talking about such a small percentage to start. And I also feel like, and maybe this is crossing worlds, but in the finance world, we talk about creating endowments a lot, ongoing, something that can create ongoing funding for something very important, something that we're committed to. And one of the flexibilities of this fund is that 10% can come out every year for prevention, right? For preparedness, excuse me. And I think the sooner we get started with this, the more that we establish that ongoing commitment to have that money come out every year too, that 10%. And at some point, even initially, I think sooner than later, we're going to be replacing something that's coming from general fund already for emergency preparedness with money from this disaster recovery fund. So we're just taking money from somewhere that's going to take money from our general fund, and we're replacing it with a different source. Again, kind of an endowment type function where it's got an ongoing funding source for preparation for disasters.
Thank you, Mr. Shipley. I have a few thoughts on this as well. Concerning the ambiguity, I have a little different perspective on that because I had the opportunity to spend about 45 minutes on the phone with the bill sponsor when it was first passed 5 years ago. And it was very clear to me what the intent was. And it was the lower of those two numbers, similar to the way that we calculate our percentage on the general fund. Of course, the language still needs to be clarified so that everybody has the same understanding of what it means. But that doesn't concern me. And then on the question of do we wait or do we lead out? I think if we wait, the incentives that the state is offering are only going to get better because of the lack of clarity, and maybe the incentives weren't good enough. We don't have any cities that have signed up for the program, apparently. And I know that wasn't the intent. The intent was to incentivize cities to participate. So I personally don't see an advantage to waiting. I would like to be, I think it's kind of exciting to lead out on this and be the first one in the state to set the example. And so that would be my preference. Mr. Harding.
I want to thank Mr. Parker for that explanation, the difference between pulling it from the carryover or the surplus. That was very helpful to understand that. Thank you. I'm pleased with the direction that this discussion is going in. I like what's being said, and I don't feel very strongly. I really appreciated Mr. Parker's suggestions on a couple of different routes, kind of almost compromise routes that we can go. I think at a minimum, I would like to see us establish the fund and put in at least a nominal amount as a placeholder, as was said. I appreciate the suggestion that we can open our budget resolution to make changes throughout the year. It's not something that we have done much, but I think that I appreciate the kind of the wait and see, the kind of do something now, and then once things get clarified, we can make adjustments to it. My personal preference would be to set the default to be what we kind of think would be best, and as I indicated earlier, I think I'm kind of see this very similarly as Councilor Shipley. And so I like the idea of maybe, directing that 10% there, with the understanding that if the legislative session comes and goes and it's not, it doesn't go the way that we would like it to go, we can always open it up and make changes to that. But I think whatever we would like to see is what we should put in now. With the understanding we can always change, but I'd still like the default to be kind of the best case scenario, I guess. But again, I don't feel really strongly about this. So if there's consensus on the council, maybe just to do the nominal amount or whatever, I can definitely support that as well.
Okay, we have a motion on the table. Are there any other comments or questions before we vote on the motion? Mr. Shipley.
Yeah. I don't know if we can bring that up again, Cliff, with your options, but basically the motion is establish the fund according to state law to have a disaster recovery fund as a city. Secondly, on an ongoing or at least for this year's budget, I should clarify that, that we take of the carryover excess after we've funded the 50-50 split between innovation and recognition with the first 50% of excess carryover, that after that, then 20% of the remaining balance that normally would just all go to general fund, 20% of that could then go to the disaster recovery fund on an ongoing basis. So that's on the expense departmental side. And then as another prong to it, if there's excess revenue on account in a calendar year beyond what we expected, that of that excess revenue that normally 100% goes to general fund, 10% of that would also go to the disaster recovery fund. So a small funding source in both camps, both the excess revenue and excess department budgets.
Okay. Mr. Hoban. Hey.
Karen made me this hand, so I had to use it. She knows I have trouble getting anybody's attention. So, Mr. Shipley, is there a reason why you wouldn't be supportive of something in between, like Mr. Parker stated, where we create the fund, maybe fund it with a nominal amount, 10, 20,000, something like that, and then wait for clearer direction from the state before we decide on ongoing funding?
Yeah, kind of similar to Chair Sewell, I don't think that the clarification from the state's going to change the commitment that I would have to just having something going into it, because their clarification is not going to change whether or not we can use this for disaster preparation, whether or not we can use it for disasters in the future, whether or not we should have it as a city. I mean, that's not going to change any of those fundamental reasons why I think this is important. And then I do think there's value in if something were to happen before they clarify, which is unlikely, but if something were to happen before they clarify, I think this puts us in a priority status to those resources that the state has already set aside, if that makes sense. So, and at a very nominal price, right? At a nominal cost to us as a city, it just shows a commitment that we had to the program that they intended to set up and have cities participate in. I think anybody who does participate at whatever level they participate would have a priority status. And I'm, at a nominal level, I'm anxious to create that. I would be to the point of giving some kind of appropriation to this fund. I don't mind that. I would actually not appropriate anything one time until we do get the clarification. It's the ongoing funding sources that I think are important to establish sooner than later and have something that shows a commitment to what we're doing.
Any idea what that would amount to?
No, I mean, carryover could be anything from zero in a year to tens of thousands, even hundreds of thousands in historically. Probably not, though. What I would guess would happen is administration has the ability to review with department budgets on what will be surplus and what won't be in a calendar year. And I would guess that if their primary funding source for innovation and for recognition, this excess fund is carryover, then we'll probably get some amount of money into that each year, but it's not going to be substantial. That's why I think that two-prong with the revenue side is so important, because I think as a city, it is important for us to conservatively estimate what will happen on a revenue side, and it's highly likely that each year there'd be something that 10% would take a part of.
And what you're proposing would be the revenue source each year, or are you saying just for this year?
Yeah, I'm open to I think what Dave Harding was saying, that this is something we might look at each year. I'm fine with that. I think the expectation that I would have is that we would look at something funding, some percentage funding disaster recovery each year from revenue.
Thanks.
Mr. Strachan.
So just clarification, if you took the numbers that are on the screen right now, if you had 50% got you $400,000 into that other fund, well, the other 50% is also $400,000. So according to this, it would be 20% of that number of that
$80,000.
$80,000 would go into that this year, just on the expenditure side. The revenue side, again, would be the other side to that. So it wouldn't be a lot, but just as you have other items in the budget ordinance that you tweak in terms of carryovers. For example, this year, if you look at this, the fourth line there, the maximum 400,000, that's a tweak this year. That's something the administration proposed based on the carryover discussions we've had in the past. So that's a tweak that they've done. And so every year you can tweak it. And as we get to 35% in the general fund balance or other circumstances, suggested but may be advantageous, you can tweak that as well. And you may decide, well, okay, we're at 35%, 5 years from now or whatever. Let's put a lot more in. It just really depends on what circumstances are for you.
Thank you, Mr. Harding.
And then I don't know if it needs to be in here, or just needs to be an understanding with those present. But I also would welcome that review at the end of the year rather than just blindly putting in the percentage. I think it's good to have those percentages there, and that's the expectation. But if I understood what Mr. Borget said, maybe we just sold off a piece of property, and so our revenues are substantially higher than we expected them to be, but it's just a one-time thing. Maybe at the end of the year, we look at that and we say, okay, this is the intent was really this, and so we're going to revise this down, or if there's extenuating circumstances, we revise it up. But I do think it's good to have kind of that expectation at the beginning of the budget, make it a tradition, and then make adjustments to it at the end if necessary.
Well, and if I can just, I think it does make sense to have that expectation, just like you said. And then if we have a year that those one-off events do happen, then I think all of us would be willing to come together. I think COVID's a good example of that, right? I think there were expectations for where excess carryover surplus would go, and none of those things got funded the way that we had anticipated because of the COVID situation. So I think flexibility goes both ways, right? We could either not have any expectation and just try to bring this back at some point and hope that it comes back up, or we can have an expectation and then have the flexibility to adjust if needed. And I would prefer that.
Mr. Jones.
Mr. Chair, along those lines, I think it's probably important to just mention that the proposal is not to put these descriptions of how to fund the fund into the code where they have to be amended or where they're permanently there and they just happen automatically unless somebody pays attention to them. The reason why this is, in some ways it's an ongoing funding source and in some ways it's not. The way it's an ongoing funding source is that the way our budget ordinance works is that from year to year, we tend to start off with the exact same language that we used the previous year, but you review the budget and make tweaks to it. So it's ongoing in the sense that if you pass it this year, next year, the draft is likely going to start off with this language in it, but you'll have all the opportunity during the entire budget process to change this language before the budget's actually adopted.
Thank you for that clarification. Are there any other comments? Mr. Hoban.
I guess I'd like to make a substitute motion that we try to meet in the middle and establish the fund it with a nominal amount of $10,000. Yeah, that would be my motion.
We have a substitute motion. Is there a second? Second by Mr.
I'll
Henry.
second that, but can I add also that we would review at the end of the year, as Mr. Borget suggested, to consider the possibility of adding more?
Is that amendment?
I don't know if that needs to be
acceptable
in
to the?
Yes.
Okay, so we have a clarified motion and a second. Mr. Strachan.
So my question then is, if you're going to fund it with a nominal 10,000, I would suggest that you fund it with a nominal 10,000 from the carryover, not from this year's budget, because otherwise you'd have to find it right now. You have to find it in the operating budget to do it.
Okay, thank you.
It's fine.
Mr. Harding.
Just a clarification. So we're talking about, when we talk about carryover from this year, we're talking about the 2020, 2021 budget that has just closed, and we have some surplus. And so we would fund it out of the current surplus rather than the coming budget year. Okay, thank you. I guess it hasn't quite closed yet. Sorry.
So you would create it, by that resolution, by that amended motion, you would create it now with this ordinance, and then you would fund it in whatever, September, when we finish carryovers. You essentially fund it then and then review it at that point.
Mr. Fillmore.
Just to understand the procedure here, if we prefer Mr. Shipley's proposal, his motion over the substitute motion, we vote this one, substitute motion down,
Mhm.
then we come back to Mr. Shipley's motion. Is that
That's right.
Okay.
It's
Thank
kind
you.
of kind of like a stack that goes up and down. If I could just make one comment, my preference would be to do something ongoing. If there are a number of counselors that think the 20% and the 10% are too high, then I would prefer that we change those numbers rather than just doing a one-time 10,000, which to me is not a very significant start. It doesn't show a significant commitment. So anyway, that's my thought. Any other discussion on the motion? Mr. Hogan.
It could be more. We don't know. And I think that's where I'm questioning jumping into this with determining a funding source that we have a lot of questions around at this point. I'd rather find the number that the city might be comfortable with, even if we think it might be more than what we estimate might be coming through the other funding sources. But we have something set in stone at this point, so the city can prepare and know, and then get some more clarity on some of the things around the state and such. So I guess if somebody wants more than the 10,000, I'm amenable to that. I'm more concerned about the question marks around, some of these other things, and also the desire to try to build up the general fund. But again, if we need to allocate more towards it, I wouldn't be opposed to that. I think if there's some question marks and some concerns from the city, I'm trying to accommodate that. So, but just the 10,000 could end up being more than we get. And if we don't have excess next year, then anyways, just a thought.
Thank you, Mr. Hogan.
Maybe just a quick comment on this one. If I'm the finance director for Provo City, I'm going to say exactly what we've heard, right? I think that's a smart way to approach it, to keep maximum flexibility. I think we have a different responsibility as elected officials than John Borgett does. John Borgett has a responsibility to the city to maintain maximum financial flexibility. Part of our responsibility is to the citizens to do right by what we think is right for citizens, right? And so that's kind of a different balance. So I don't hear the finance department or Wayne saying, don't proceed, with creating a funding source. I think I hear them saying, we like maximum flexibility, and I can understand why that is. And I guess that's a difference of opinion. It's not that it's not the unsettled side of things or the question mark on the state side, I think that's causing hesitation. I think it's just a priority to have maximum flexibility. And for me, I think we can balance that with a commitment to something that I think is doing right by citizens in Provo.
Mr. Hanley.
Yeah, I still think the general fund flexibility is adequate. And I think the more we put in there, the better we are. I think we all agree that there's nothing but good that comes from increasing that fund. And if there's some advantage to having this fund created so that it allows us to apply for grants, and if we were to find out later that we have to have at least 20,000 or 50,000 in that account in order to apply for those grants, then we can revisit that. But I think at this point, I'm still convinced that putting more money in the general fund rainy day account is better for us for now. It gives us the flexibility to continue to meet the needs of the city, and this gets us some traction on an important secondary element of safety for the citizens that we can continue to revisit.
Thank you. Well, we're pretty far behind schedule here, so I think we probably ought to vote and see where we're at, unless there are any other comments. So we're voting on the substitute motion from, yes.
Okay, so we have an amended substitute motion and then the substitute motion and then Mr. Shipley's motion. So the amended motion is to establish the fund, to fund it with a nominal amount of $10,000 and to review at the end of the year to consider additional funding.
Elizabeth, just to clarify where you listed 3, it wasn't the amendment adopted by Mr. Hoban?
It was. So does that
So I thi-
replace the substitute?
Yeah, so I think we
motion?
still have just 2
2?
levels.
Okay.
Okay.
All right, I'll call for a vote on the motion then. And gee, it's been so long, I guess. Oh, Mr. Hoban?
Do we need to clarify that it would be funded from the previous year's carryover? Or this year's carryover?
The language says that the money comes from the balance on June 30th, 2021.
Got it. Thanks.
Okay, so the motion sponsor and the seconder are clear on what the motion is. Okay. All right, let's call for a vote. And I think we're back to raising hands, aren't we? We're all here, so this is different. All in favor of the motion, raise your hand. So in favor, we have Mr. Hoban, Mr. Hanley, and all opposed? And the other 5 are opposed. So now we're back to the original motion by Mr. Shipley. Are we ready to vote on that, or is there any further discussion on that motion? Mr. Harding.
I'd like to propose a substitute. It's just the same as the original, but we also funded at $10,000 out of this year's carryover.
Mr. Harding, my understanding is that the proposal is to already fund it out of 20% of 50% of this year's carryover.
All right, that's very helpful. I thought we were talking about just for the coming budget year, but
No, because the way, going back to my point earlier about how the budget ordinance gets amended every year, this is actually a discussion of what happens with finishing this year, with setting up next year's budget by handling this year's carryovers.
okay, wonderful. I misunderstood that. Thank you very much. And I withdraw my my substitute motion.
Okay.
Tell them about it.
Any further discussion on the original motion? All in favor? I guess I'll start looking to my left on this one. All in favor? And any opposed? So the motion passes 6-1 with Mr. Hanley opposed. All right, thank you. Let's move on to item number 2, which is a discussion regarding the rental dwelling license fees. And this item is to be presented by John Magnus, policy analyst. And just a note, from here on out, since we are 40 minutes behind, let's try to be as brief as we can.
I'll go quick. Good afternoon, council members. At the last work meeting, we discussed the residential dwelling program and the residential dwelling license, how the fees are applied, how much it's going to generate, and what the program actually costs. You directed us to come back with you with a new fee schedule at this meeting and to be adopted this budget. Unfortunately, we cannot make that timetable. There's a couple of issues that we're trying to deal with, and I'll go through them real quick as soon as we get up. We are here we go. I got it now. Okay, so state code gives us the right to charge fees. The one fee we can charge is the cost of the business license itself. And that's what we were discussing last week, our last meeting, to recover those costs. But there's also other fees we can recover. One is a disproportionate use. If we can prove that a business owner or a class of business uses a disproportionate amount of government services, we can charge more for it. We can also charge for enhanced level services. The only one I know of that I've ever dealt with before is alarms. When people are hooked into the city alarm system, they send out police officers, we can charge more for that. State code also forbids us from charging for more than one license, regardless of how many residential dwellings you own. So if you need one license, you get one license, and that's it. So we can't charge per property that way. These are the things we can charge for: public utilities, police, fire, stormwater runoff, traffic control, parking, transportation, beautification, and snow removal. These would be the part of our disproportionate use that we could add into the fees. If we go with a disproportional use, we have to come up with a good landlord program. Talking with the city manager of Midvale, they have one of these. They have seen their call volume for police servicing the apartment complexes have now diminished below the level of single family housing. So the good landlord program does work at reducing costs to the cities. In 2011, there was a study done on our fees for a rental dwelling license. And they came up at that time with a new license should be $152, a renewal should be $66. Our fees are $20 for one license if you own one property and $60 if you own more than one property. Salt Lake City, these are their fees. The license is $124, and that's if you're like an owner occupied. That's $157 if you're not. The disproportional use is $342 a unit. If you have the good land, if you are a part of the good landlord program, they lower that cost to $20 per unit. So they are trying to force everybody into the program. Ogden, it's similar to us. They also have a university up there. Their license is $83 per building. And disproportional use is another $82 a unit on top of that. The good landlord program, it's $83 for the first building, $10 for every building after that, and then $7 per unit. And I'm lost control of it. Okay, so the next steps, what we're asking to look at is, what do you want us to do? Do you want to send this off to one of your committees to have them look at the disproportional use, maybe come back with new fee structure? Just direct staff just to update the licensing fee and not worry about the disproportional use in the good landlord program. But no matter what we do, we're probably looking at late fall for us to come back to do the work, right? And just to give you an idea how this cost breaks down for an apartment with 10 units, Orem, it's $50. In West Valley, if you're not part of the good landlord program, it's $1,400 a year. Good landlord program is $815. Salt Lake City for 10 units is $3,577. If you're in the good landlord program, it's $357. In Ogden, it's $903, $153 if you're in the good landlord program. And for Provo, we charge $60. As the comparison of what is happening out there. We're just looking for direction on what you would like us to do.
Councilor Ellsworth.
I'd recommend that we ask staff to take this to the code compliance or zoning compliance committee and review it there, and then bring a recommendation back to the council.
Mr. Hanley.
I would second that.
Okay, it sounds like we have a motion and a second. Is there any discussion on the motion? Mr. Fillmore.
Would council member Ellsworth's proposal include a good landlord program component?
Yeah, I think we'll look at all the options and see what best serves Provo and our objectives.
Yeah, I'd like to see us do that.
Mr. Harding.
Just a point of clarification. So the state law allows us to charge per unit,
On a disproportional use, yes.
but only on disproportional use.
Yes.
But we can't charge per property.
No, there are certain ways we can work through the system and maybe come up with a sliding scale, because Ogden does recover their fees for inspections. That would be one thing we'd have to look at.
Okay, thank you.
Any other discussion on the motion? And the motion is to refer this item to the zoning committee and to come back, have them come back with a recommendation after looking at all the options. Seeing no further discussion on the motion, I'll call for a vote. All those in favor? The motion carries unanimously.
Thank you.
Thank you. That caught us up a little bit. On to item number 3, which is a presentation regarding property taxes to be presented by Cliff Strachan, Council Executive Director.
Again, thank you for the opportunity, and let me share my screen again. All right. Councilors, 2 weeks ago, you asked me to come back and report on property taxes. And in the interim discussion, it's become, I wouldn't say a certainty, but it's become highly probable that you do not want to pass a property tax increase this year. But I wanted to present you the information as you requested. And based on what I'm going to tell you, at some point, we're going to bring David Mortensen up, and he's going to talk to you as well on this issue. So this discussion is not just on property taxes, but on the budget overall as we reconcile revenues to expenditures. Again, 2 weeks ago, we talked about the history of property taxes in the last couple of decades in the city. I showed you a statement last time. On the left side, you saw these certified tax rates. Yesterday, we got the certified tax rates from the county, and what you see on the right-hand side are the revenues that are derived from it. When the tentative budget was approved, we had estimated $5.1 million. And as you can see, the revenue from the general fund is slightly less than $5 million. So the reason David Mortensen is going to come and talk to you in a bit is to help you reconcile that $100,000, what the administration proposes for it. That said, just a reminder, we updated these charts that show you what's happening as property tax declines as a contributor to the general fund. If you look on the left-hand side and you look at the disparity between the yellow and the green lines, as we move into an inflationary cycle, that yellow and green lines difference is going to become more pronounced. And then here again is the revenues. We updated it. The chart on the bottom right shows you 6 years of consumer price index information. I just took the last 5 years average for an example, but the couple of weeks ago when we only had the April 21 information, okay, that number should be 2.6. No, that number should be 3.1, but the number is 3.1, and we did the 5-year average on this and wanted to show you that in terms of an example, that the average year that we don't collect that 3.1% amounts to approximately $163,000 in revenue foregone in the general fund. So we did ask the question again, what would happen if we did an inflationary increase? And at the top of the screen, let me shrink this a little bit. See if we can get it all on the same screen. Oh, there we go. Okay, so what we did is we had the numbers for the median property value in the city from 2020. That information has not been provided for 2021. So I just played around with it a little bit. I'm going to explain it, how we did it. In 2020, the median valuation of a home in the city was $280,700. That was then valued at 55% for your taxes, and it raised about $374.50 in taxes for the city, covering the debt service, the general fund, and the library. Wanted to see what would happen to the valuation would have to be to get the same amount this year. That amounts to about $305,000. So in other words, if your property went up 8.8% in value, you would pay the same amount as you did last year on your taxes. Now, I can tell you, I saw my numbers, and my numbers went up 12.5%. I'm seeing numbers all over the scale. So basically, if your property value went up more than 8.8%, you'll pay more this year. If you went up less than 8.8% or declined, you would pay less than you did last year in city property taxes. So then the question was, if you wanted to do an inflationary increase of 3.1%, how would you cover that? What would the impact be? Well, on that price of home, based on last year's median value, you'd add about $13.7 in taxes for the house to do that. And obviously, if a little bit higher, you'd end up paying about $388 as opposed to $374.50. The reason I wanted to show you that was just the impact. And as you heard earlier, that there's $100,000 now that we're short in the property tax revenues based on the numbers that the state gave us or the county gave us. And you have that opportunity to raise it if you want to. I recognize, and again, I don't I don't have any position on this. I was just asked to report what you could do if you wanted to do it. And then, so the question that comes back to you is, do you want to do a property tax increase? If you do, you make that motion tonight or today, and we make those changes. And then if you don't, we don't have to worry about it. But David Mortensen, now would you come up and talk to him about how you propose to reconcile that property tax gap? David also wants to take this time to reconcile any other changes that have happened since you adopted the tentative budget. I turn my time to you.
Thank you, Mr. Strachan. So as Mr. Strachan already mentioned, we did receive our certified tax rates just yesterday morning from the county. And along with that, they give us a certified rate revenue. We were a little bit surprised by that revenue number. It didn't increase as we expected it to. Typically, we'll see anywhere from a 2 to 3% increase from the prior year's revenue. This year, it's staying pretty flat. Our fiscal year 21 rate revenue was 4.19 million or 4.91 million. And this is 4.99 million. So not as much of an increase as we were expecting. In the tentative budget, we did have 5.1 million budgeted. So we found ourselves yesterday kind of scrambling to figure out how we're going to reconcile that. And we took a real close look at some of our other general fund revenues again. And one thing that's advantageous right now is that the pandemic is kind of winding down, and a lot of activities are getting back to normal. So there were two areas that we identified that could make up some of that difference. And one of those was within lodging taxes, with recent information that we received regarding March. So lodging taxes that were paid in March would be distributed to us in May. And we just recently received those and posted those to our GL. And those March numbers looked very comparable to March 2019 numbers, which was very encouraging. And using that and then kind of projecting what we may see for May and June, and then on into the next year, we feel comfortable with increasing the lodging tax budget revenue by about $80,000. Another area that we looked at again was interest income. Interest, as you may be aware, is the revenue has been down quite a bit this year as interest rates have fallen to really under 0.5% on our PTIF account. But we did take another look. The last time we looked at interest income projections was a few months ago, and we've received more recent data, and analyzing that, we feel like we can add about 13,500 more for interest income. So those two together help make up just about all of the difference of that property tax shortfall that we were seeing. A small amount, just $3,400, we're just proposing to increase our miscellaneous revenue in the budget to make up that difference. But and then as far as other budget changes, I don't know if Elizabeth or somebody can, whoever's sharing the screen, if they have, Michael, if you have the PDF that I sent yesterday showing other changes to the budget. So we did have a few other things that have happened over the last couple of weeks since the last time we discussed the budget. You'll remember from the work session 2 weeks ago, I showed a spreadsheet that listed all of the revenue changes and expenditure changes in the budget from the tentative adopted budget up until the meeting 2 weeks ago. So this is that same spreadsheet, and it includes those numbers that I already presented on. Those are highlighted in green, and then highlighted in yellow are additional changes between the meeting 2 weeks ago and today. So the first thing you'll notice there is that property tax adjustment of $100,000. And then also in the general fund revenue column, just below that, you'll see what I just discussed regarding the interest revenue and lodging tax revenues being increased to compensate for that, and the miscellaneous revenues. That was one of the major changes. Another major change was meetings that were just held with our insurance providers, where we solidified premiums for the upcoming year. And those premiums came in a bit higher than what we had previously been projecting and budgeting. Overall, the citywide impact because of those insurance premium increases was about $145,000. The general fund portion of that, which includes general fund departments plus other funds that the general fund subsidizes, total up to just under $62,000. And I think if you scroll down a little bit, Michael, you'll see that number down to the next page. Yep. So one thing, because of that, there's another shortfall in the budget because of those increased expenditures that we didn't anticipate until yesterday. Another thing that we found just recently, because of the kind of wind down of the pandemic and things opening back up, is in the Justice Court, their status has just recently been changed from the orange status to yellow. So they're able to open up even more than they have been. And so we took another look at those revenues as well and feel comfortable increasing the Justice Court proposed revenues in the budget by $65,000. And because the Justice Court is partially subsidized by the general fund, that decreases the transfer from the general fund to the Justice Court and frees up some of that money to be used to help cover those increased insurance premiums. If you'll scroll down a little bit further. So similarly to the general fund property tax number that we got, we also got the certified rate revenue for the library. And then we also determined the amount of debt service property tax revenue that would be required to make our debt service payments in fiscal year 22. So those changes are accounted for on this sheet as well. The debt service property tax revenue amount needed to be decreased by $204,600. And that's just a reflection of our debt service payment amounts going down on our general obligation debt. Essentially what we do is we tell the county what revenue we require, and then they use that number to back into the rate that's used to calculate taxes. The last thing that I'd mention that changed in the budget is just a formula issue in our water fund. There was one of the totals for one of their functions that wasn't capturing all of the cells in the fund. And we corrected that, and that had an impact of about $116,000 in the water fund. And that, I believe, is all of the changes between 2 weeks ago and today. The numbers will be updated on the draft ordinance and draft resolutions that you'll see tonight in the council meeting to consider for adoption. These will all be reflected in those totals there. So with that, I'm happy to answer any questions that you have.
So quick question on the insurance. It looks like you broke it down by department there. What was the total number that the insurance premium changed for the
So
city?
citywide, it was about $145,000.
Okay. And then real quick, going back to the property tax, just so I make sure and understand it for myself, most of that change that we estimate each year is based on new gross properties, right? Because the existing ones are going to have that percentage adjustment. We're not going to collect more
Correct.
normal years. So our estimate was based on what we thought was new inventory coming on, and then it didn't quite come on, or what? How does that work?
It's not quite as scientific as that, as pinpointing specific development that's come on. It's more just looking at trends over the last few years and how the city's been growing and anticipating that same kind of level of growth for the next year. And that's kind of what we were basing it off of, and the county saw it differently. So,
okay, thank you.
Okay. Any other questions? Thank you.
All right, thank you. Is there any council discussion? Mr. Hardy?
Thank you, Chair. So just like, the question of property taxes and adjustments to property taxes impacts the budget. But also, I think the utility fee transfers also need to be tied into this. We've talked about how there's an argument for adjusting our property taxes to compensate for inflation. That 3.5% per year, it's not bad over 1 year, but if we go 25 years without making any adjustments, we're losing half of the purchasing power of our property taxes. That's been offset by an argument that we've been increasing our utility fees, and there's a transfer there, and so that is increasing the revenue into our general fund. I think we'll have a good conversation this evening about the utility fee transfers. But that's kind of in a different context. Let me just say that in the past, I've been persuaded by that argument that, our utility fee transfers are justified because so much of our property in Provo is tax exempt, property tax exempt. But I mean, there is a reason for that. I mean, there's a reason that we say nonprofits shouldn't be taxed and churches and these things that are kind of pro community, deserve that. And I could look at that. I could look at our rates, and our rates were generally on the lower half when compared to all of our surrounding communities. So if a nonprofit locates here, part of their utility fees is going into the general fund, but they're paying, less than what they'd pay if they were in a different locale serviced by Rocky Mountain, for example. I'm no longer confident in that because when we do those comparisons on where our rates are no longer in the bottom half. Our rates are fairly high. And so I think it's not for this year, but since I won't be around next year, I just kind of want to put a bug in all of your ears that we might want to consider that 10%, 11% transfer and see if it still is justified, or if it makes sense perhaps I mean, and I'm not saying it is, I'm just saying that perhaps we should have a conversation. Perhaps you should have a conversation about this in the future. Is that really where we want to be? Or does it make sense to reduce those transfers a little bit and increase our property taxes to help bring our utility rates down closer to the average for the area? Anyway, just big picture question about this, but since we're talking about property taxes, I probably would support an adjustment this year for property taxes, but it doesn't feel like that's the direction we're headed. We need to be very careful about not allowing our property taxes to dwindle too much, just being eaten up by inflation. So that's my thoughts on this. Thanks.
Thank you, Mr. Harney. Any other comments, or anyone care to make a motion? Mr. Parker.
Just one thing for your information that might be helpful. We recently celebrated the 20th anniversary of the library at Academy Square. It's a great monument to our community and wonderful service. But I would just maybe remind you, and it's been sort of a little bit of a bellwether for me, when the library was moved to Academy Square, we set a new property tax rate. And on the chart that Mr. Strachan showed you earlier about the comparative property tax rates, if you were to take that chart, the levy at the time was 1.0 for the library. This year, for the first time, it is below 0.5. And so and again, that's just been a quick measure I've used every year to get a sense of what's happened with property tax rates. So thanks, Mr. Strachan. He's brought that up. So today it's 0.00496, which is just under half of the rate as it existed 20 years ago. So that just gives you a little sense. And again, purchasing power is more complex than that, but it's a pretty good indicator. And certainly the general fund would be pretty close to that. Debt service, again, will always ratchet down because principal interest is fixed and assessed value goes up. So the debt service fund will always fall, and there's no real inflation factor there. But it's a good measure for me to look at and say, yeah, we've crossed the 50% line now, and I think that's a significant milestone and probably worth, at least from the standpoint of the library, thinking about at some point in the future trying to restore some of that purchasing power.
Thank you. Mr. Fillmore.
I'm struggling with what I think is a prudent approach to this, and that is to, given the fact that costs are going up, that inflation, in fact, is a fairly scary prospect in the nation at this moment in time. And some political commentators have stated that it's what was once thought to be an economic impossibility is happening. That is that the current administration in Washington has succeeded in seeing unemployment rates go up at the same time inflation is rising. It seems to me that we should seriously consider a cost of living or a CPI increase because the city is only going to be facing increased expenditures in the future due to inflation, due to increased population. It just seems imprudent to me not to give that serious consideration.
Thank you, Mr. Fillmore.
And I realize this may not be an ideal year for some people to address that, but I hate to kick that can down the road. We've already forfeited a substantial amount of municipal revenue, which could have been well used in recent years, and we put a CPI index in place several years ago.
Mr. Henley.
Yeah, I appreciate both comments thus far, and I am in agreement that I think this merits a much more serious examination. But I think I probably also feel that maybe right now is not the particular time. I think initially my urgency was focused on immediate police needs, which I continue to worry about, and don't feel like we should forget that those issues are going to continue to come around every year. We're going to be talking about the fire plan here later today, and I think the writing on the wall in that report seems to indicate that the city's got some pretty serious issues to face with regard to an expanding population and needs there as well. But I think the more short-term needs, at least from what I understood from speaking with the administration, I think we're in solid shape for now, and so I'm not feeling the urgency to push for this. I mean, it is a bit of a tricky balance because, you know, we were saying last time this conversation came up that this is the wrong time because of the increased utility rates, but of course the utility rates are as high as they are because we're suppressing this, so it's a bit of a catch-22. So I agree that this is a pretty serious issue and needs serious examination in the coming year. But I'm not prepared to move on this at this point.
Mr. Fillmore.
May I ask, Mr. Chairman, if the administration has a position they'd like to express on this?
Mayor Wayne.
I'm just trying to recall. I was just actually going to shoot a text over to the superintendent. Are we on the cycle, Wayne? I'm not sure I guess John might be the right person to ask, that we go every other year with the school board. Is that like just a goodwill handshake, or is it the way it's written in law?
It is not written in law. So it was a discussion between prior councils and prior school boards that if the city were to consider a truth in taxation amendment, or the school district would, that it would not be prudent for us to both go the same year. And so there was kind of an understanding. I just characterize it as that and I can't remember whether there's even number or odd numbered years went with which entity, but that we would not both take a certified tax rate increase to the voters in the same year. And again, as Mr. Strachan suggested, we haven't done one in years, and so I'm not sure whether that agreement even is still relevant or not. But there was at least an understanding, but probably the best way to characterize it, that we would try not to both take a tax increase in the same year to our residents.
Yeah, so I pulled up my taxes, and the school board's been doing it automatically for 7 years straight, but every other year. So this would be our year, that kind of gentleman's handshake, and next year would be the school board. They would activate their truth in taxation, which they automatically do. And then the following year would be our turn. And Just for clarification.
My recollection was that we were, at the time that when I was involved in any discussions on it, it had to do with the big bonds that we were trying to float. And the understanding was it made more sense to do it in an off year. So in other words, not an election year. And so that's the only part I was aware of. I wasn't aware of any other discussion with respect to annual increases, because again, we haven't even considered that since 2016.
A question, if I might. When did we last increase our property tax rates?
20, just pull up the,
2016? Mr. Harding?
I can answer that. We didn't. We adjusted it once, but the certified tax rate still went down, not down as much as it would have if we hadn't made that adjustment. But even in the one time in the last, I think it's at least, I think it's like 25, 30 years, the one time that we had a truth in taxation and we made an adjustment, the certified rate still went down that year.
When was the last time we did an increase in the certified rate?
That, because I think, 2018 or 2008, any time that you have recessions and things like that, it can cause it to flip, because that it floats, but it generally goes down with inflation, but it does float kind of year to year. So that there have been times where it has gone down. We're probably out of time. I would love to show you the graph though. I'll send it to everyone. Because we do have those numbers, or John is who I got them from. So Mr. Borgett could also give that to us. But it's what Mr. Parker was saying earlier is spot on. It's not a perfect correlation, but what used to be 1 is now under 0.5, and over those 20 years, that is what has happened to our buying power on our property taxes.
Well, I'm no fan of tax increases, but I'm alarmed at the inflationary pressures we're seeing across the country right now. Any of you who deal at all with the construction industry must, like me, find it startling how much it costs to get a 2x4 now as opposed to last year. Costs are spiraling, and the underlying causes of that inflation are not going away. It just seems to me that prudence should compel a study on our options in that regard. And maybe we just need to bite the bullet. My question, I guess, is time frame. I mean, are there limitations in terms of when we would have to do this in order to have a truth in taxation process?
My understanding is we would have to act today unless we had a special session.
Okay, that was my concern, that it's never.
Yeah. Because it has to be by the end of June, right? That we have to, or is it?
I believe you have to adopt the budget with a proposed increase in it, and then you have the truth in taxation once the county sets the date for you in August.
Yeah, because property taxes are only levied once a year, you have to make a rate decision in time for the November billings that go out to our residents. And so, yeah, you have one opportunity per year to adjust property tax rates.
That was my understanding. I just didn't know if today was the day, but thanks for that clarification. I don't know if there's any appetite in the council today to take a serious look at this. I think Mr. Harding and I would be willing to have a serious discussion today on this. Perhaps a straw poll would be indicated, Mr. Chairman.
Councillor Ellsworth?
I'm curious what, and maybe this varies per counselor, but what is the impetus for this? Is it inflation, or is it police officers? Or is it both, or is it none of the above?
For me, it's both.
Yeah. And I agree with Mr. Fillmore. I don't want to kick the can down the road. I want to set up future councils for as much success as possible and not take the easy way out. But it doesn't sound like we're prepared to have this conversation or this budget discussion in this time frame.
Well, the easiest way to have the poll, I guess, would be if some counselors are interested in having a truth in taxation hearing, it would be to make a motion and see how the vote goes. If that didn't pass, then there would be no truth in taxation hearing. Mayor.
I was just going to ask John, when does our wrap tax expire? Is it like got 4 more years? Okay. Okay, thanks.
Mr. Strachan.
So one thing the property tax revenue showed us this year, because we're right up at that 5 million revenue range on that right now, is that every % of a property tax increase is $50,000 right now, roughly.
Mr. Chairman, if I might.
Mr. Fillmore.
I'd like to ask the municipal finance experts in the room to give us their opinion. By that, I mean John Borgett as well as Mr. Parker. Are you concerned about future revenue being able to meet future expenditures if we wait a year or two to address this CPI adjusted increase?
Well, let me just maybe offer one thought about it. Every year, as a part of the budget document, we give you a 10-year budget projection that shows, based on the mayor's recommended budget, what happens if nothing changes in terms of rates. And that answers the question, I think. If you do nothing with tax rates of any kind or any other revenue source that you're considering, you know where the balance lies every year for 10 years. And again, one of the reasons we give you that data is to help you make informed decisions about what you decide to do next. Now, as a practical matter, every year the mayor's required and would, even if she wasn't required, she would do nothing less than bring you a balanced budget, which means we're figuring out how to bring that to zero every year. But again, based on what we know about historic growth in expenditures, which again, for the most part, are largely based on personnel, at least in the general fund, what it costs to keep people here. And then other factors playing in will suggest to you how big of a change you'd make to get back to zero on a sustainable basis. And so again, hopefully we've provided you the data to kind of make your own educated conclusion about that. But are we concerned about inflationary pressures? Absolutely. You're going to be hearing a proposal today that is higher than it would have been 6 weeks ago had we been able to bring all of the pieces together to make that happen. And that's solely on the basis of construction materials. It's steel and metal cladding that have generated that push. So yeah, we're clearly feeling it daily in the decisions we make in terms of managing the city.
So, Mr. Parker, I guess I'm putting you on the spot. I just would like a little more precision.
Well, now
are you sufficiently concerned about inflationary pressures and the impact on the city's ability to do its job according to the current budget that we ought to countenance a truth in taxation process? Or are you feeling comfortable that we could skip that for a year?
Well, again, I think as I think Mr. Harding suggested, there are lots of factors that go into that equation. If, for example, in many ways, again, the utility fund transfer question has given us the ability to sort of avoid property tax increases over time. To the extent that those flatten out, and we, in large measure, we will see them flatten out over the next several years. That may be a time when you really don't have any other alternative but to explore property tax or make significant service level reductions in the budget. So I think for the time being, we're okay. But again, I think you're going to want to look at a whole variety of revenue trends and expenditure trends and make some decisions. Maybe that's worth spending a year thinking about. And really, if you want to build a case around a property tax increase, it might be better to have fully exhausted all of your other options before you go down that path.
I can appreciate that. I mean, do I perceive as a policy matter that the administration would look at a truth in taxation here process now or later? It's kind of a last resort.
Yeah, I think we would consider it that way. And again, as you've suggested, inflationary pressures, and this is not news to any of you, but the same inflationary pressures apply to our taxpayers. Their mortgages are going up as interest rates go up, or as insurance rates go up. We talked about our insurance, so that $145,000 is about 25% increase over prior years. And again, that's solely around the question of cybersecurity and police liability. That's what drove those increases this year. Those are inflationary, but they're also kind of national policy related kinds of issues. And so again, we face the same challenges that our residents face, and conversely, our residents face the same challenges we do. So it's always a difficult balance and a hard decision to make. But again, my suggestion would be, if you want to think about that longer term and maybe even come up with sort of a long-term strategy around adjusting property tax rates, we probably ought to take a lot of different revenue sources into account before you make that decision.
I think we would welcome that kind of a deep dive with the administration. My anxiety is that we might find ourselves in a pretty desperate scramble 6 months from now with not a lot of other options to look at.
Yeah, that's clearly true. I mean, one of the good things is, we've got some reasonable money in our rainy day fund that could probably help us overcome challenges. But again, we confronted a lot of these challenges in the first couple of budgets I did with the city back in fiscal 2004, 2005. We were coming back mid-year and saying, okay, departments, you got to cut $2.5 million out of your budget at mid-year, which is essentially a $5 million reduction in service level. And that's never a pleasant discussion to have. Those are really hard conversations. But again, and I think we've weathered storms before. We'll weather them again. But I do think it probably makes some sense to think structurally about the city's budget and the long-term implications of both inflation as well as population growth and other challenges that will confront us in the coming years.
Well, none of us want to be back in a pandemic-like soup again. Right?
Absolutely.
So that's, if we could wave a magic wand over this, I'd rather address it now, not later. But Mr. Borgen, I appreciate your opinion in the context of increasing inflation.
Okay. I agree with much of what Mr. Parker just shared. I know a number of years ago, and Councilman Harding referred to this, there was a discussion about doing an inflationary adjustment each year on property taxes to help hedge against inflation, because as we know, as the value goes up, the rate goes down, and so it's relatively flat, except for growth, which we don't have a lot of growth in Provo, so it's created some challenges. But it's a difficult decision. I really feel like, as Mr. Parker said, one of the things that's actually helped the general fund has been transfers and utility rate increases. And as those level out, it's going to create some other challenges. But it's not our largest source of revenue, as you aware. Our number one source is sales tax. Number two is our franchise fees and other fees, and then property taxes are number three. But it's still one of the stools that we rely on, and it has been pretty flat. And I think what Dave Mortensen shared with us today on the certified tax rate just kind of demonstrates that. So I'd be supportive in whichever direction the council wants to go, but I think long-term is something that really does need to be looked at and addressed.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. If there's no further discussion or motion, we're about 40 minutes behind now at this point. So,
My apologies for that, Mr. Chairman. I don't sense an eagerness on the council's part to address this today, and I think Mr. Parker's counsel is probably good. This requires a lot more thought and attention, and one day dive into it. So
thank you.
I will withhold that emotion.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Fumer. We'll then move on to item number 4, which is resolution transferring $200,000 from the general fund to the energy fund for land acquisition and appropriating $465,000 in the general fund for a metal building and incinerator. And this item is to be presented by Chief Rich Ferguson and Dick Blackham, Facilities Manager.
Good afternoon, Council. Thank you for having me today. I do not have a PowerPoint. I'm just going to speak primarily to questions that Councilman Harding proposed in an email last night. I believe it's on the first time I saw it, sir. And I'm just going to go through the questions as they were proposed and answer them the best I can for you, okay? How long have we known that we have had these storage needs? I've known that there's been a campus plan, as it was proposed to me, down at the East Bay City Shops for about 2 years now. I proposed that we knew that we were going to be moved out of that facility. We didn't know where to, but we were going to be asked to move because of this campus plan. And I proposed the need for a metal building to house our apparatus in the 1920 budget season. We've talked a lot about inflation and construction prices. I believe, if I recall, I had estimated the building at that time to be around $100,000 to replace. Question, were they considered as part of the space needs analysis when done in conjunction with the public safety building design? No, I did not know that we were going to be moving at that time when we did the space needs for the new public safety facility. So no, it was not done. And then have these items shown up on any of our CIP and other long range plans? Yes, they have. They were presented in March of this year in the CIP. The cost has increased since the last RFP, and just with inflation, with everything that's going on right now in the construction world. And then how does this compare with the longstanding request and the need for police officers? Every year that I've been your chief, I've come and asked you for more police officers. That's an ongoing need. And I believe in the last budget cycle and every cycle since, I've shown where we are falling grossly behind the number proportionate to our population base, to our crime rate that is going up, and unfortunately to the violence being exhibited towards police officers. So that will be an ongoing need. And as you know, I've announced my retirement. It has been my largest, it's been my biggest honor to serve as chief of police of the department that I love, that I've been here since 1991. Rodney King happened. First Gulf War was happening when I started. A lot has happened in that much time. I expect the next chief, whoever it may be, will ask for more police officers because those numbers just will not stop. This is a one-time need. This apparatus, this comm band that we call it, is actually our communications band. If our 911 center goes down, and it has when we had earthquakes, when we had bomb threats, we go immediately to the comm band. That becomes our 911 center. That becomes our emergency operations center. I have to protect that equipment. I can't leave it. Lost my mic. I cannot leave that out in the elements, or we'll be coming back and asking you for a $1 million piece of equipment. So I have to protect that. I also have my SWAT vehicles, mountain rescue vehicles. and a whole lot of just other things that we put in there into that building. And so that's the need for this structure. I hope that answers some of these questions. I know Mr. Blackham has some answers for you on some other things. I'll give him some time.
Thank you, Chief. I just would like to briefly address the incinerator issue for the police department. And again, maybe we can have Captain Wolken come up in a minute to explain what the need is for the incinerator. Anyway, I'd like to address it. We talked initially possibly about putting the incinerator in the new City Hall building and the new Public Safety building. Where the new city design is really geared towards sustainability for the building, and we're really striving to achieve the net zero ready status for the building. And when we discussed that early on with the architects and the construction team, that with the natural gas combustion and the exhaust things from that piece of equipment, it was determined that we would not put it in the building here, the new building, so that we could maintain that status of the net zero ready approach that we need for the building. So when talk of the relocation of the Convan building that Chief Ferguson touched on, I think the police thought that we could at least possibly look at putting the incinerator near that other building down in East Bay, getting away from the residential area here where the new city building will be. So, and Captain Wolken, I think, can touch on the process of the incinerator.
Currently, the police department takes in property, different types of evidence and everything on a daily basis. It's constantly coming in. And in order to keep from overflowing, we have to purge some of our evidence. Some of it we're required to keep indefinitely. Some of it we can get rid of once the case has been adjudicated. Most of our narcotics, computer equipment, things like that are the things that we can get rid of. We used to be able to dispose of that through a cement plant not far from here and have it incinerated. However, they got more restrictive on their emissions, and we lost that ability. Currently, we use an incinerator at the mosquito abatement location for Utah County. We spend a few $100s a month on that. We can only go about twice a month to dispose of the property that we need to. And we don't know how long that's going to last. And not only is it inconvenient for us, but at any point they could just say, we no longer want you burning things here. Then we'd have to use a commercial facility. The closest one that we found is in Kansas City. So I'm not sure exactly how we're going to transport it there. For the cost of the incinerator, it's right around $50,000. It would be very convenient for us to incinerate the property that we need to constantly purge it so that we're not overflowing and get rid of the different narcotics and things that we have in property because we really don't like it in there and keeping as much as we have. Any questions?
Mr. Filmer.
There's two questions, Officer. First, what is the proposed location for this warehouse?
It's down the East Bay area, so it's directly east of the shop's facility now, just adjacent to on the west of the railroad tracks on Industrial Parkway.
Oh, okay.
The parking lot there, I believe it's an acre and a half or 2 acres. About 2 acres. Currently, it's divided in half. Fire has the temporary building that they used at Station 2 there, and they store some apparatus, and then we have our spare vehicles and different auxiliary vehicles down there. So the building will be there as well as the incinerator.
Okay, so it's right adjacent to the Public Works facilities?
Directly east of it,
Yeah,
yes.
okay. Second question is, if Kansas City is our next best option, does that suggest to me that maybe you've got a retail potential here? There might be other police departments in Utah County or elsewhere that might want to use this facility to help you defray some costs in the department?
Potentially, I think that would be a slippery slope for us. And then that might take us into the commercial aspect of it, which would require a permit and some other hoops to jump through.
a permit that's not required to incinerate per se?
It's not because of the type of incinerator we have and because the amount that we would be incinerating per month, we wouldn't require a permit.
Oh, the sheer quantity.
Mhm.
I see. Might be worth looking into, though.
It could.
Mr. Hanley?
Yeah, I'm wondering what we know about the air quality impact of an incinerator. I mean, if it's potentially going to create a problem at the city center, it's going to create a problem wherever it is. I mean, even if it's at some remove from downtown, if it's producing air pollution, especially during winter months of inversion, are we going to have a serious problem on our hands of complaints from citizens about aromas or about just about the pollution itself? And I guess maybe part of that question is, does everything have to be incinerated, or is this a preference, or is this a legal requirement? What's the standard here?
So we are legally required to incinerate most of our property, the dangerous stuff, the narcotics, computer equipment, things like that. Things that we don't have to incinerate, we don't incinerate just because of the cost. As far as emissions goes, the incinerator that we're looking at meets or exceeds federal EPA emissions regulations or standards. I checked with the state, there would be no problem with that. I believe that the reason that we didn't attach it to the new facility is to keep the facility a green facility, and because of the natural gas that it would be required. I could be wrong on that, but I believe that's the reason. And it's not, the incinerator has 2 burn chambers in it, so there's no emissions, there's no smoke. It says it burns 99.9. So we're not going to have like huge puffs of marijuana coming out or anything like that that would affect people. Some people might like that,
Locals
but-
will all be hanging around 420 every day.
That's on the record. I have a question. Why, or what would it prohibit us from combining this, this need with our future fire station that we're looking to locate?
As far as locating the incinerator there.
Yeah, the incinerator in the middle building.
So the metal building, the parking lot down in the East Bay area is set aside for metal building. I think that's the only area that would be large enough for that. We could potentially at some point put a metal building if the fire department lot was large enough so that we could store at least 3 vehicles in there. The same with the incinerator. We could store it there or install it there if needed.
At the new fire station.
Yeah, we could. It doesn't matter where the incinerator's at for us.
Gotcha. I'm just wondering if there's a cost savings to combining these resources.
Mr. Chairman, thank you. I think the only thing that we've really been concerned about is the property here was acquired by the Energy Department many years ago. We're paying them back for their cost of investment, which is about $100,000 an acre. Buying property in the central part of the city for the fire station is well over $1 million an acre to try to acquire. And so again, it's a much, from a property acquisition standpoint, it's a much lower cost than we would find if we were trying to co-locate it with Fire Station 1. So again, I think we just, and again, I think our thinking has been all along that this is an ideal location simply because the property is already developed, paved, utilities are already there because of the fire apparatus, structure that's there. And so it seemed a cost-effective solution given the location.
Any other questions? This item is scheduled to come before us on July 6th. So thank you. Did you have anything else, Chief?
No,
All right.
thank you.
Thank you very much.
Mr. Chair, this may be the last time Chief Ferguson appears before the council.
In that case, thank you, Chief. Yeah, let's do that. Let's do that. Thank you, Mr. Strachan, for pointing that out.
He'll probably give me a ticket later.
Yeah. All right, let's move on to item number 5. I'm just checking, see when we have our break scheduled, not for a while.
Mr. Chair, can I suggest that maybe we skip this one and bring it a little bit later in the meeting?
The intent statement,
Yes.
that
In order
discussion.
to try and get through some of the other items and then leave ourselves what time we have closer to being left over.
Okay, all right, let's do that. So we'll, yes.
If he's going to do that to me, can I suggest we take our break now? Because I was going to run to the restroom during this item, so I can be prepared for the next item.
All right, we'll take a 10-minute break right now. See you back at about 10 minutes after 3.
Sorry.
The recording has stopped.
Yeah, exactly.
Well, it sounds like I don't have any choice.
No, it's further south. So for how we sign up for the West Hair, go south. South, yeah.
Center Street.
Yeah. South.
What side of the street?
It's on the east side. So there's 3 pieces of property. Yeah, one of them previous firefighter units. So we can get that one for a really low cost. And if we can get rid of that motel.
Next item will be item number 6, an update on the agreement with Christensen Oil authorized by ordinance 2020-21 to be presented by Gary McGinn and Brian Jones.
Yes, thank you. Council, as you may remember, about a year ago, the council had before it a text amendment to the M1 zone that included all the M1 zones in the city. Christensen Oil, which is a bulk oil distributing company here in Provo, was in the M1 zone. The M1 zone at that time did not allow bulk oil distribution in any of the M1 zones area in the city. Ironically, other uses that are more dangerous than bulk oil distribution were allowed in the M1 zone. This situation has been there since probably 1940, and where we've had a bulk oil distribution center near residential neighborhood. And that's not an ideal situation. It's a situation nobody in the city would like to have happen. But Christensen Oil existing there has and has some non-conforming rights to go forward with their business. The neighborhood's been concerned about things that have been happening there. The city's been concerned. Christensen Oil's been concerned. So a year ago, the council amended the M1 zone subject to the mayor, subject to the authorization that the council gave the mayor to complete and finalize a development agreement with Christensen Oil. We have now done that. We have an agreement with Christensen Oil, which they've signed, that substantially conforms to the agreement authorized by the council. We have made some additions to it. Christensen Oil has agreed to measures on the site, such as fire sprinkling retention system and retention systems for oil leaks, things like that, that otherwise we would not have the legal ability to require. They have voluntarily agreed to do this. So at this point, Christensen has signed the agreement. I've recommended to the mayor to sign the agreement. Our fire chief and our fire marshal have recommended to the mayor to sign this agreement, and Mayor Kafusi has signed this agreement with them. This agreement is not a cure-all. It doesn't fix every problem that people have on the site or wish that it were to make the site what it is not. It is a use that is unfortunately too near a neighborhood. And I think we all agree with that. What the agreement does is I think it makes Provo City a safer place today than it was yesterday by having this agreement. By making Christensen Oil a conforming use, the bulk oil distribution, it allows them to make improvements on the site, such as adding tanks so that they can have oil stored in better areas, build buildings that have fire sprinkling systems in them. But it also allows us as a city to go back in areas where the fire code at the time didn't require some things. They are now voluntarily agreeing to increase the safety of the site. So while it's not perfect, and while it will not make everybody happy, we believe it makes Provo City safer today because of this than it was without it. Any questions that I could answer?
Mr. Holman?
So what do you need from us?
This is just to update you on what has happened. The council already acted a year ago. You authorized the text amendment and authorized the mayor to finalize and execute the development agreement. And this is to inform you we have done that. And we will now move forward in our relationship with the neighborhood and Christensen Oil to make sure that things are followed through, and that if new items or issues come up, that we have a productive way to resolve problems and issues and work cooperatively moving forward.
I think some of the main things that we were looking for in the agreement previous were to build a facility to house those temporary jugs, sprinkler system, not have containment, what do you call them?
Totes.
Well, yeah, so not have the totes out, but also there was another one of not having, a containment facility so high. What was some of the other main things?
There was an odor issue, and they've agreed to put in odor control.
So I guess my question is, did what we were asking for, are there any material changes between what we had asked for and what is being signed at this point? And if
Yes, there are a lot more changes, and all of those changes, I think, make the site safer and are things that Christensen Oil has gone above and beyond the legal requirement that they would have to do. So from the agreement that the council authorized a year ago, what we now have in it are things that frankly are to the benefit of Provo City and the neighborhood. And Christensen Oil will be spending a significant amount of money to make these improvements to the site over the next couple of years.
And I'll give you a little bit of detail on that in my presentation.
Oh, okay. I just, and maybe it comes later. Just seems like we're hearing from some neighbors again, and I thought we had kind of come to a good spot on this. So I'm just curious where that's coming from, but yeah. All right.
And again, this situation, I don't think will satisfy everyone. And at the end of the day, if Christensen Oil had their wish, if I had my wish, if Provo City had its wish, Christensen Oil and the neighborhood wouldn't be right together. But they are. And Christensen Oil has the legal right to move forward and continue their business. And so I think this is a situation where by working with them and doing what we've done, even though not everybody's happy with everything, the site and Provo City is safer today with this agreement than without it. Thank you.
Thank you.
I wanted to add something.
Yes.
When I talked to Chief Schofield, he had said that Christensen Oil is making about $250,000 worth of improvements. And my understanding is that most of those, maybe not any of those, are explicitly required. So this is definitely a goodwill effort by Christensen Oil, a local business, to be a team player.
Thank you. Mr. Jones.
Thank you, Chair and councilors. I know we're behind, so I'll try to be brief. And some of this is, and I'll try not to too much cover ground that Mr. McGinn's already covered. One of the reasons why we wanted to present is because we know that there has been some expression of a thought that maybe there hasn't been enough public feedback on this process. So I just wanted to remind you that this first came before the Planning Commission in April of last year, and there was a public hearing held in front of the Planning Commission, after which the Planning Commission recommended on a 7-0 vote that the amendments to the code be approved. There were then 3 separate council meetings held between the beginning of May and the middle of June of last year. Public comment was taken at those meetings. A draft of the agreement was presented at those meetings. That agreement was specifically attached to and authorized for the mayor to finalize and execute in the ordinance passed by the council in June of last year. And so, but nevertheless, even though it was approved by the council and authorized for signature, the administration has taken the step over the last year of trying to listen to and solicit more feedback from the public. One of the issues at play here, though, is that a lot of the feedback from the public, in addition to being the same feedback that was presented in those 4 public meetings and in writing and in letters and in other meetings that have been held over the last year, a lot of that feedback essentially asked for one of 2 things: either for the mayor to impose requirements that the council had not considered or had considered and not asked for in authorizing the mayor to approve the agreement, or asking the mayor to require Christensen Oil to comply with regulatory codes that do not apply to them. either because of a misapprehension about the applicability of the current code versus grandfathering or for other reasons. And so not all of the feedback that's been received over the past year could be incorporated by the mayor into the agreement, just as not all of the feedback that was received by the council a year ago was requested to be incorporated into the agreement. And so for that reason, there certainly are, I think you heard in your meetings a year ago that there were people that were not happy with the agreement then. Those people are still not happy with the agreement because it reflects what you approved a year ago. Although, as Mr. McGinn indicated, there are some significant improvements. And so just to list those really quickly, the automatic fire sprinkler system in the North Storage Warehouse was already in the agreement. A requirement was added to also install a concrete containment basin. There was also an agreement a requirement negotiated and agreed to install protective bollards around the fuel loading racks. And that was a direct result of the public feedback. There was an additional requirement added for horizontal storage tanks to either remain horizontal or, if replaced, to be limited to a certain height. There was a requirement added to install filtration on the tank vents. And there was specific reference made to some inspections that were done and a requirement imposed to comply with the recommendations of that inspection and to get another inspection done in 10 years and comply with the requirements, with the recommendations of that inspection. None of those were things that were in the original agreement or that, as Councillor Ellsworth indicated, we could have required otherwise except for the good faith effort to try to make this agreement better. The one change, in case it comes up or you're asked about it so that you know, the one change that the only change that works to Christensen Oil's favor is that some of the installation timelines were extended, and those were extended by staff because of the increased requirements. Because more things were being required to be installed and constructed, it was deemed reasonable to extend those timelines in order to afford time to do that. And I just want to look at my notes and make sure that I covered everything. And then I guess I would just note that certainly we understand as a city, as Mr. McGinn indicated, that neighbors have concerns. Certainly they have those concerns and we understand those concerns. But the members of the public are not a party to this agreement. The agreement is between the city and Christensen Oil. It was already approved by the council and is not subject to public approval. But nevertheless, as with most times when we have these kind of agreements, when there are things that people want, they can be frustrated when they don't get that. And so it is a compromise. So are there any questions I can answer regarding any of that? Okay. And Chief Miguel, did you have anything you wanted to add? Okay.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, Chair Sewell, members of the council. I just wanted to reiterate that about 2 years ago, we started to work with the neighborhood to talk about quality of life issues. We met with them about trucks in the neighborhood. We met with them about odors. We were really concerned about the coexistence of this neighborhood and these businesses. I wanted to assure you that that this agreement, I agree with everything that's been said, that this agreement environmentally, quality of life wise, and fire safety wise makes that facility significantly safer than it is today. And I would not categorize it today as unsafe. But it does improve its safety. And we will continue to look at complaints when they come in that are quality of life issues, when they're talking about odors or when the trucks are in the neighborhood for any reason at all. We will continue to look at those. We will continue to work with the neighborhood. We'll continue to take these seriously. But sometimes we've received the same complaint. It's like they're in a rotation, and we receive them 8 or 10 times. And so we will look at those complaints that we can do something about. But what we can't do is use the current fire code to regulate a business that has existed since the mid-1930s out of Provo. The fire code was not designed to do that. It will not allow us to do that. And the fire code does not allow us to impede on property rights because there have been new regulations. As it was said, this situation could not exist today if it was barren ground and we decided that's what we wanted to do, couldn't exist today. But it does exist, and I promise you that the fire department will continue to do everything we can, along with zoning and along with the rest of the city. We'll do everything we can to ensure a safe and peaceful coexistence.
Thank you, Chief. All right, Mayor.
I just wanted to say that this is not perfect for the city. It's not perfect for the residents. But it is an improvement. I wanted to state that I appreciate the residents coming out and giving us their opinions. It's been over a year and they've been actively engaged in communication. But I also want to say how much I appreciate Battalion Chief Schofield and Chief Miguel and how much time they've put in and effort, and really the whole team, Gary McGinn and his group. We've all tried to accommodate and try and find some middle ground. It's not perfect to have a block with Christensen Oil and homes and children and big trucks. It's just not a great combo. But we feel, and I'll just reiterate what Chief Miguel said, we've landed in a place that is better for the entire city. So again, thanks to our fire chief and battalion chief and their hard work, and thanks to the residents for the engagement. It's not easy to engage with the local government, but I really appreciate their outreach and how much time and effort they put into this.
Thank you, Mayor. And I think the council would echo that expression of appreciation to all who put in such long hours and hard work to achieve this result. So thank you very much. All right, our next couple of items are RDA items. So if there's no objection, we'll now recess the Provo Municipal Council meeting and reconvene as the Redevelopment Agency of Provo by unanimous consent. If anyone objects, you'll need to turn on your microphone and speak up.
All right,
Over to you.
thanks. So we will start with a presentation regarding the Redevelopment Agency operations given by David Walter.
Thank you. Actually, it's nice to be back here at the podium. It's been a while. This item is to try to bring everybody up to speed on how the Redevelopment Agency operates and how it gets some of its funding. Tend to call it Redevelopment 101. So I know there's been some newer members of the council, and some of the other council members would appreciate a refresher on how the Redevelopment Agency operates and gets its funding. So if we'll just go ahead and start. Oh, I forgot all about this. So the Redevelopment Agency is a tool that cities can use to help effectuate change within their community. It was given to us by the state government. It is a separate legal entity from the city. So that's why you, as the city council, periodically have to stop in the middle of a meeting and change hats and become the Redevelopment Agency. It's a separate legal entity. And to me, this is the important part. We are not a taxing entity. So the Redevelopment Agency does not levy a tax on any of the property within the boundaries of Provo. We derive our powers through state statute. It's section 17C, special agencies code of the Utah State Code. Our primary focus is to help eliminate blight. And so we take a look at different parts of the community where, for various reasons, perhaps they haven't been reinvested, they haven't had the attention paid to them, but we look at those areas and figure out ways that we can help bring them back to a more productive use. And finally, we help the city try to achieve its development goals. So a lot of our focus has been in some areas in industrial, such as the Mountain Vista project area that we'll talk about a little bit later. The Redevelopment Agency is comprised of the mayor, who acts as the chief executive officer, and our board of directors then would be the city council. So we do property rehabilitation. A lot of the work in the past has been done in conjunction with community development block grant funds, but most of the commercial property facade improvements that have been done along Center Street and University Avenue have been done through the Redevelopment Agency with the community development block grant funds. Sure. We do property assembly. We buy property and sell it to developers, but we do tend to go out in some areas, particularly in the downtown. A lot of property has been subdivided into pretty small lots. And in order for a piece of property to develop, we go out and acquire property. Some of the abilities that the redevelopment agency has that are different from the city is that the agency has the ability to sell property at below fair market value. So we're not mandated the way the city is when they dispose of property to go ahead and put it out and get a property appraisal and get fair market value for that property. We help upgrade outdated shopping centers. We helped assemble the property for the Provo Town Center Mall. Parking. So unfortunately, we've done a lot of parking over the years. And we've helped do some infrastructure upgrades. So some of the things that we've helped pay for is some of the infrastructure that would be needed to help bring, for example, in this case, the mall. A lot of additional infrastructure was needed. Some of the tax increment was going ahead and put back into that project to help upgrade that and make it work. I'm just going to skip ahead. Okay. Oh, okay. Sorry. Oh, okay. I didn't mean to get so far ahead. So it was our redevelopment agency here in Provo was established in 1972. Our first project area was the Central Business District. So we were very concerned even then with Center Street and how it was going to grow and how it was going to evolve. That was the project area in 1974. This is a map that kind of shows where our project areas are. It's a little bit difficult to see, but there's the Center Street one. There's the project area that's down here. This is the mall. You can see that right down here. This is Mountain Vista industrial area for that. There are two project areas that have subsequently been adopted that are not on here. That's for the one for Riverwoods and the one for the medical school housing. That would be, down here. So I'm going to try to explain a little bit about how tax increment works. It's not the easiest thing to get your head wrapped around. It's a little bit kind of, sometimes people kind of feel like you're deliberately shuffling things around. But you take a piece of property that's in a redevelopment area. And so the current value, and these are all round numbers because I'm a pretty simple guy and needed to be able to do the math. But the value is at $10,000, tax rates at 1%. And so the taxes then would be $100 on that piece of property. And these are the three main recipients of taxes within the project area. It would be the city, the county, and the school. And as you can see, the school is the recipient of the largest piece of property tax, and that holds true throughout the state. So here are the taxes on this. This would be coming out of that $100. $18 would go to the city, $7 to the county, $75 to the school. There are a few smaller players that are in here. For example, the Water Conservation District is in here, and so it doesn't quite tally up to 100. But these are the three main individuals. So if you took that same piece of property and it gets redeveloped, so now the new value is at $100,000. Tax rate is still 1%, but because of the growth in the value, now there's an increase in the taxes that are collected. And so now taxes are $1,000 on an annual basis. And we're postulating that 50% now is going to go to the redevelopment agency. The remaining would then go to the other taxing entities at their normal tax rates. At this point, I think it's important to point out that those taxing entities still get what they were entitled to in that previous slide. So the $18 for the city, this $8 for the county, the $75 for the school district. They all get that same amount of money. But now they're also getting an additional 50% in the increase of the value here. And so those numbers work out as follows. Same tax rate. And these are all after the participation. So now you have $85 to the city, $33 to the county, and $341 to the school district. So that equates to here. I'm just going to put these back up here so that everybody can take a look at it. And again, it's kind of important to notice that there's a 400% increase in the taxes after giving up 50%. So all of our partners are still getting this amount here, the 18, the 7, and the 75, but now they're also getting this amount after the redevelopment agency has taken 50% of that tax increment. And so once you're able to accumulate, property over a project area, if it develops in the increase, the agency has the ability to sell bonds against that tax increment. The agency has the ability to enter into loans if necessary. And this can kind of give you, the next few screens are to give you an idea of how the property tax in valuation has gone up in the different project areas. So you can see here is you get a little bit of a dip. Sorry, got too far ahead. You get a little bit of a dip when we had some recessions. But on the whole, the value has gone up. And again, we don't tax, we don't assess the value. The value is all handled by the county. Here you can see, it might be a little difficult to see the county's rate, but you can see what the taxing entities have gotten as a result of the project area valuation increase. So, the school district has, their numbers have gone up as well. The county has gone up on top of that. This is in the South University project area. That project area will expire next year. And so that means there'll be property that will come off a redevelopment project area. That's important because one of our partners, the school district, does have a cap on the amount of property value that they would permit to be within a redevelopment project area. And they're currently limited to 5% of the value. And that's important to us because, as you know, our boundaries are coterminous. So Provo School District and Provo City have the same corporate boundaries. So once this project area expires, that means there'd be room under that cap if we wanted to take a look at other areas within the community that might need some redevelopment and some assistance. Here is the Mountain Vista project area. It actually goes from 0 down here because we owned it for a long time. So there ends up being about 180 acres of property that was put back on the tax roll through the process of redevelopment and selling it off to people who are looking to develop within the project area. That includes Scannell, Mr. Hall, David Hall. We've worked with Jamie Evans, several other people. So you can see the value has actually really, really gone up. We put about $90 million back of value back on the tax roll after that process. And you can see here, the school district and the county have both participated in that increase. This one goes up, pretty rapidly because the way this project area was created, there was a sliding scale. So the agency got 100% and 90, then we scaled back down. Now we are only getting 10% of the increase in the tax increment. And this is another project area that will expire at the end of this year. So it's also important to note that some of the people that we worked with in this project area have requested we consider extending that. We have told them that we're not really interested in doing that because we sort of entered into an agreement with the county and the school district that this would be a 12-year process, that it would be to help jumpstart the development process and get property back on the tax rolls. So we've created we've added the 90 million in value, put that back on the tax rolls. Plus we've added jobs, about 400 jobs through this process. This one does expire this year. Next year will be the last year that we get tax increment for this project. Here is the mall. So you can see that the value has it spiked a little bit in 2008, but then it's kind of gone up and down. So it's not been as smooth. And here you can see, this is what we've been sharing with our partners here for the mall. This is the pass-through amounts. Knew I couldn't spell. The reason it starts here, there's a few years where it's at zero, where we're sharing, is that when the project area was adopted, there were parameters that were put in, like for the first number of years, you would only get 100% of the tax went into a special fund that was used to pay back some of the infrastructure. And so from 2009 on, we've been sharing with our partners. Can you advance? Okay. Here's the financial services project area. This is the block that, or actually the portion of the block that the Zions Bank building is on. So this was another project area. It's due to expire in 2021 as well. So next year will be the last year that we receive tax increment for it. So this was an area that we helped assemble the property and entered into an agreement with PEG Development, acting as Block 29 Developers LLC, to build the Zions Bank building as well as the parking structure associated with it. So we put about $30 million of value back onto the property. You got some Class A office space, probably created about 200 jobs all told over the process. And here you can see this is us sharing the tax increment pass through with the county and with the school district. This is so this is not a newer project area, but we only recently started collecting tax increment. This was done for Duncan Aviation, and primarily it helped pay for the $7 million concrete apron that was needed for Duncan to be able to operate, to have access. So we only started collecting the tax increment. The city still owns the property. We get that and we lease it to Duncan, but because it's a lease, we get a possessory interest. And that's why it becomes a taxable piece of property, even though the city does own it. So anytime the city owns property and is getting a lease payment or some revenue off of it, it becomes a taxable situation. So here are just some before and after examples of things that we have done within the community. This is 63 East. So the agency helped assemble that property. And then we cut a deal with the developers to put that property up. And so now we've got the 42 units plus the commercial space on the bottom and the meeting space that's kind of in that mezzanine area. This is Duncan Aviation. So this was a really, I think, a big win for Provo. This was, currently they're based out of Lincoln, Nebraska. They needed a place to do that. For those of you that don't know, they do overhaul, maintenance, and retrofitting for private aircraft, basically business and personal use. And so they figure 2 years ago, they figured there were about 15,000 such aircraft within that were viable and active. And they did about 98%. They touched 98% of those aircraft in one way or another. So Provo joined Lincoln, Nebraska, and Battle Creek, Michigan as main spots for them. So people fly their planes in here, get them completely overhauled, redone. They're going to put about $80 million into the ground when all said and done, all the phases are done, and they will hire 500 to 600 employees through that process. And so it's been, I think, a real big success for us. They have worked with the school district. They've offered the opportunity for students who are interested in all the different fabrication processes that they do out there. And they do everything from wiring, electronics to cabinetry and hardware. They do they take the flooring out. They can completely rewire an aircraft. And they periodically have to, because they need to be able to present those documents to the FAA to certify that the airplane has maintained its required maintenance. Here's the convention center. The agency worked with Utah County. We helped acquire the property, relocate some of those businesses, and then now we have the convention center there. You can see what it looked like before. Here's the mill race. And so some of you, I don't believe, were on the council when this project first came for consideration, but this was the former IFA. You can see where they are now. IFA approached the agency because they needed to expand and they could not do it in place. And so the agency purchased the property and made a bridge loan to IFA, and then they acquired the former Office Max property off of University Avenue. And so they went in and cleaned that up. They hit their increased sales targets in 6 months after they opened. So they are very grateful for that opportunity. The other reason that the agency found this an attractive acquisition is that on this particular block, there were only 3 property owners. And if the agency did purchase the IFA piece, that made us, we owned a quarter of the block. So it's a little under an acre. So, but that gave us the opportunity to use that as a springboard to help the whole block redevelopment. And so through a couple of processes, one of which is that Justin Earl happened to be trying to acquire the property immediately behind IFA, and then came to talk to us. And so we worked with Justin and his development team, and now they are building the mill race. And so this is what it's going to be looking at here at Ultimate Build Out. We're going to have the office tower, the condominium tower, and some multifamily residential. So that was I tried to be a little brief because I know we're trying to catch up, but I'm happy to answer any questions.
Yeah, we can take questions. Mr. Hoban?
Oh, I forgot. I was looking at him. Got to look at you. So first of all, great work. How do you ensure that projects that you're subsidizing wouldn't get done anyways? How do we know that the IFA wouldn't have figured it out on their own and gone to a different place? And yeah, does that make sense?
Yeah. I mean, there are lots of times when we look at the developer's pro forma and we try to get that but for. So we make sure that we're filling a gap so that we're not just like tossing money into making something happen. So a lot of times, for example, particularly for parking. So I know the agency's been involved in parking. That's been a thing that we've done over the years. That tends to be an expensive piece for a lot of folks to try to take down. And so it can cost, if you're doing above grade structured parking, it can be $20,000 to $25,000 a space to construct that. If you try to add subterranean parking, even 1 or 2 levels, that price can go up to $30,000 or $35,000 a space. And so in the past, the agencies worked with different entities to make that work, and that's been the but for. So in order to meet certain parking ratios and certain parking requirements, they've necessitated us operating, working with that. In the terms of, like, for example, in Mountain Vista, we rebate a portion of the property tax through our increment back to the developer. And that's important because we're always kind of on the back end. So our assistance typically comes at the end of the process. So you've had to have developed something and be generating that tax increment in order for us to collect the tax increment and be in a position to then give it back.
Thank you. I also, just while I've got the mic, want to express my support of kind of holding firm on ending the subsidy when the timeline's up, right? So I think that's an important part of kind of the integrity of the program.
I think it's kind of necessary for us because, sometimes we get accused of it never ends and you guys just ride that gravy train forever. And that's not the case. We try to, particularly with Mountain Vista, it was kind of I think it was a promise that we made to the county and the school district that, hey, here's the sunset date. And I think it was important for us to maintain that.
Mr. Shipley.
So we talked about 3 different projects that are coming off this next year, and I wonder if it impacted the city financially, with increased property tax coming to the city as opposed to going to increment. If there's an aggregate number that we can, is there an estimate for next year that would be come back on?
Sure, we can put together a spreadsheet that would show what that might be.
I guess I'm curious as well. I know this isn't the school district, but they would be coming out of those 3 as well, right? And
Right.
Financially, they've got all kinds of challenges as well, and so I'm sure they're excited for that to come as well.
We work pretty closely with Ms. Bryant, Stephanie Bryant, who's the business administrator for the school district, and she keeps a pretty good record of what's in and what's out of the project area. So we keep in fairly close contact, so.
Thank you.
And I think in one of the joint sessions with the school district, we kind of offered the opportunity for you and them to jointly look at places where it might make sense in the future to participate. So maybe South State Street or maybe Columbia Avenue or other places that potentially could benefit from redevelopment and what their appetite might be, so.
Any other questions, Mr. Harding?
Thank you, Chair. I think that tax increment financing is a very powerful tool that can address those questions or those the purposes of the program, eliminating blight in particular. I think it is a very powerful tool that, and I appreciated the question earlier, that business people, when putting together a project, know about and can do all that they can to encourage that they can participate in that, whether it's necessary or not. So I just want to make sure that when we look at this, certain parts of it almost sound too good to be true, and in some ways, I think they are. I think we can take a look at this and say, okay, this is increment. This is only what's above and beyond. And it's all post-performance and whatnot. But when we look particularly on some of these, when they go 20, 30 years, that base amount doesn't change. And I don't know if it could be structured this way, but at least the way that it has been practiced, it doesn't change. And so 30 years later, that the value, the increment is being compared to 30 years ago. And as we've seen with inflation and whatnot, excuse me, on some of these tables we've been looking at that were provided for us, they covered the last 20 years. Well, based on inflation, I looked into it. Inflation has increased or decreased, whatever, that price has gone up 50% in the last 20 years. And so none of that is captured from, so we're still comparing, $2020 to dollars back whenever that base year was, if it was 2000 or whatever. So all of that gets attributed to increment where it would naturally be occurring anyway. And then the other question is what would have happened if we hadn't made that investment? And the blighted areas can really fester and cause problems with other areas. There's no question. And so I'm not saying that tax increment is a bad tool. It's just we need to be very judicious about it. And I don't think we can at the end look back and say, well, we've generated all this tax money because something may have happened there as well. And so what would have happened in that time frame? We just have to be careful that we don't say, oh well, hey, we just generated $20 million worth of new taxes that wouldn't have happened because of the time frame that these often are covering. I thought it was interesting, the example that was given was a 50% participation. I feel a lot better about 50% participation over the 95 that's kind of been the city practice for the past few years. When we're at that 95%, it doesn't take much inflation to now mean that we're collecting less purchase power wise than we did in that base year. But if we're at that 50% participation, I think it covers it a lot better. And then the last thought about the parking, and I agree, that the parking is a very expensive component and can be a barrier for some of these developments to happen. I think that it's good that we've participated in that. The way that it has been structured, though, I think we have to be very careful about how our interest in that and how our investment in that, what happens to that. And if it's just kind of given away, I mean, what we get out of it is we get the development to happen. But if we, particularly now as we're approaching parking differently, I think we can make these investments and reap the benefits of these investments much better. We can still get the development to occur, but we can also then, have some control and management ability with these parking assets. And I think that's been missing in the past. So hopefully, as new ones come, and particularly with parking, we can look at it as how do we add this to our portfolio? How do we allow this to make a development happen? But also, how do we add this to our portfolio so then we can continue to make sure that these investments have public benefit going into the future.
Thank you. Any other questions on this item? Okay, let's move on. Item number 8 is the approval of an executive negotiating agreement with McWhinney Real Estate and the appropriation of $100,000 from the new development fund. And this will also be presented by Mr. Walter.
Okay, I may have to step out in just a minute to see where my co-conspirators are, but the item before you tonight, or actually this afternoon, I should say, this is an exclusive negotiating agreement with McWhinney.
Hold on, let's get the mic fixed.
Yeah, the green light's on now.
Thank you.
Okay, so as you know, the city, we're building a new city hall adjacent to the Cubby Center. And that necessitated the question of what's going to happen with this piece of property once we vacate. And so the city issued a request for proposals for the redevelopment of this block. And that was back in May of last year. And we got 8 qualified respondents and we went through that process. And we wound up with a couple of very, very good contenders. And ultimately we selected McWhinney out of Denver, Colorado. And they were instrumental in the redevelopment of the Union Station facility in downtown Denver, as well as the dairy block. And one of the things that they brought, that we felt that they brought to the table, was a willingness and an inclusiveness that they were willing to take the time to go out and meet with different representatives in the community and get feedback from them as to what it's going to look like and what it's going to feel like and what would be important to the community. They recognize that they're just not going to pick up the dairy block in Denver and drop it in downtown Provo and it's going to be a success. They want to take the time and spend that time to go through the process and come up with a quality project that's going to reflect well on Provo, as well as reflect well on them. We were asking for the $100,000 because we're going to participate in the study process. So through the next 270 days, if this item is approved, they're going to be conducting several studies. And the $100,000 is being requested so that we can participate and in essence, give us skin in this game. And plus we would then get to keep copies of those studies at the end of the process. So for whatever reason, if they decide to walk away, we would still have the benefit of the time and effort that they put into that, studying the process and figuring it out. This would also help McWhinney, show other interested parties who might invest in there that Provo is committed to this project and wants to see it happen. We would be paying ourselves back for that $100,000 out of the tax increment that would be generated in the future for that. So it would not be something that we would just pay for and never get back. And I have representatives of McWhinney here with me today, and they'd be happy to go back. But we felt that they brought to the table a level of willingness and desire to go out into the community and meet with, they've had several meetings today. They've met with several representatives from the church, one in the temple department, one in the history department. They've got some other meetings coming up in the next couple of days, trying to meet with BYU and UVU and other interested parties. And then they're here today to kind of showcase to you, introduce themselves to you, and give you an opportunity to ask questions of them as they go through their process and what it could potentially look like here on the block. So I think you have no other questions for me. This exclusive right to negotiate then just gives them comfort that the city's not going to be working behind their back through this 270-day process. At the end of it, we'll come back to you with a joint development agreement that's going to spell out exactly what they propose to build on the block and what any city/agency participation may look like. There'll be a few extra steps as we go through here. There's still there'll be a zone change that'll have to go through on this block. It's currently zone PF as a city facility. There'll have to be something else before it can be built. So there will be steps that will come back to you as the agency or as the city council as we go through this process and ask you to participate and work with us to make this happen. And so right now I'd like to turn the time over to Trey Rigby and Kirsty Gear from McWinney, who can talk a little bit more about how they go through this process.
Just to make you aware, there's about 10 minutes left on this item, and I'm sure the council has questions.
Okay, so hi, everybody. I'm Kirsty Greer. This is Trey Rigby.
Hi, everybody. Great to be here.
So I guess rather than sort of formally running through our submittal and our proposal, hopefully everyone's had a chance to see it. Maybe we could just answer questions that you folks have. Would that be beneficial given that there's 10 minutes? Does that work?
Yeah, absolutely. What questions does the council have? Mr. Hoban.
So for the slow minds in the room here, David, I guess I just need to understand. So you need approval to put $100,000 into this study.
So they anticipate that it's going to be $350,000 or more to do all the studies that they would need to come up with what's going to be on this block. And we're proposing that we participate to $100,000 to help ensure that they know that the city is a willing partner in this, as well as convince their investment partners. More importantly, if and this is a contingency that we don't anticipate happening, but if they, for whatever reason, do decide, we would have the benefit of those studies. We would have copies of all of those. We would have access to all that information that they've gathered and collected through that process. And then we do pay ourselves back for that $100,000.
When you say pay back, what does that mean? Because if we didn't spend this, then we would have $100,000 more, wouldn't we?
Yes.
Once the property is developed.
Well, we hopefully have more than that, but getting the development process is there's a lot of upfront planning. I think McWinney does a lot more upfront planning than other developers that, I've had the chance to talk to. They, a lot of them, I don't want to say, but they will take a project that they've successfully done somewhere else and try to transplant that product into a new community without really understanding the background or the benefit of what's the give and take, the play back and forth. And so what I think McWinney does bring to the table is that they're willing to take the time up front and go through that process and come out with a better product at the end than take a product and try to gerrymander that into the block here that's going to be developed at Provo. Our thought is that here it's a chance for us to be active participants with McWinney in this study process. And again, we would have access to all that information. We'll be looking at the same things that they do. We'll have that at the end of the day, whether they develop or not. And some of that might be of benefit in the future. Some of it probably won't, but it gives us skin in this game, so to speak.
So McWinney they have the RFP, so they can develop on this property.
Yes.
And by participating in this, we're basically saying we're playing an active role then in, I guess, I'm just struggling to really understand why we've got to put the 100,000. I mean, they should want to do a study and figure out what's going to be successful for their own sake.
Yes.
I'm so totally not trying to be antagonistic. I know that it's sounding like that.
No. I don't take it that way at all.
It's just a lot of money, and it seems like couldn't we aren't they going to accomplish something great anyways without us putting in the 100K? And as far as the concerns about us having skin in the game, they've won the RFP. They know that they can develop. So I don't know. Just seems like it's different for me. I'm trying to think through it all. That's all.
Yeah, if I may, just to try to take a stab. So the 350,000 is for studies, but it's more than that, obviously. It is paying for an architecture firm. It is paying for a land planning firm, civil engineering, multiple market studies, which are really important, right? Proving the market, proving the demand. And it's paying for what we think is a really important community engagement process. It's for design workshops, time and help with doing that. It's for a website. And under normal circumstances, what I would say with a private development, we would figure all that out on our own. What is marketable? What is going to be successful? And we can therefore derive a land value as an example. In this case, our hope, and I think David and others' hope, is that the city and the community really informs not just what is marketable or economically feasible, but what the community wants. And that might not necessarily be what is, going to make the most money or what's going to be the quickest to do or the easiest to do. So the 350,000 that we have to spend to really run an appropriate process like that is at risk for us. It's a big risk, not knowing what the city's involvement is going to be or needs or wants are going to be, or how the community is going to respond to, limitations on the site or what we're able to do. So that's why I think the agreement was reached, that it is really a joint endeavor to spend a substantial amount of money to figure all that out.
Thank you. I think all the city staff and council members are wishing we could go back to virtual when I ask fewer questions.
Yeah, next question.
Thank you. That was a good answer. Thank you. I mean, this is in fact a joint development project, right? Look, McQuinney, you folks have a great reputation. We're excited to work with you and look forward to tomorrow morning, maybe exploring some of your ideas in greater depth. It might be helpful to the council if you could enumerate the studies we're talking about.
Like how much each one costs?
No,
Oh.
just by heading, by topic.
Oh, okay. So certainly the studies, site investigation studies will be a component of the cost, which is a demo and abatement assessment of the building, a geotechnical report, and an environmental report. Mm-hmm. And then we will have intense, for a period of 180 days, participation from Triba Architects as the design firm and Design Workshop as the land planning firm. It will be a lot of their resources to help us run a community process, respond to input, and design a concept plan that is tailored to that. So it's Triba Architects Design Workshop. We also have a national market study group called the Hoffman Group, who will be performing a market study regarding retail demand, office demand, hotel demand, and multifamily demand. They do really extensive reports. The last one I looked at was at least 60 pages, so that will be available to all. We also have a specific hotel-focused market study that we're about to kick off from a local Utah consultant. We also have legal on the part of the joint venture negotiations.
It's also important to point out that this project will be absorbing the abatement. I'm sorry, you're right.
Sorry.
I forgot to, but I think it's important to point out that this project is going to be absorbing the cost of the abatement and demolition of this building, as opposed to the construction of the new city hall. So that's going to be done through this project. And that's part of the cost that they're going to be having to absorb.
Well, thank you. That's helpful. I mean, we really do perceive you folks as helping us with a real critical component, a catalyst to future economic development in the downtown area and Provo generally. So thanks for coming aboard.
Yeah, we're excited.
Are there other questions from the council? We can take the time. Mr. Harding.
Thank you. Mr. Walter, do we currently have a redevelopment project area for this block?
We do. So in 2013, it's never been activated, but there is the Center Street redevelopment project area, which covers one block on either side of Center Street from 600 West to 100 East.
Okay.
And nothing ever, it's just been sitting there. It's never been activated. So we would activate it for this block only once this project starts.
And that is something that the RDA board would do to
Yes,
activate it?
correct.
Okay. And so when we say that we can pay ourselves back, that's assuming that we activate it?
Yes.
And then I assume that if we activate it, we pay ourselves back. I imagine we would also be that funding could be used to pay back the other 250,000 that's going into the studies.
So as part of that process, this 270-day process, they're going to come back and kind of, they will lay out what their but for is eventually going to be. And so that, we'll see that. And that'll be a part of what you approve as the joint development agreement as it moves forward.
Okay. And so then we can decide whether this project, rises to the level of eliminating blight and the other things that we were looking at. Okay. And then I've asked this question and I'll probably continue to ask it throughout because there are times where it feels like decisions aren't made and then later on decisions have been made. And sometimes I miss that opportunity zone to kind of express my opinions on things. But at least in the past, we've talked about currently the city owns it and that, there will probably be an option or there may be an option to either sell it or lease the land. And
we asked all respondents to the RFP to consider a lease or a purchase.
Okay. Are we any further down on that process to know which direction we're heading in, or is there a time frame when we'll
I think
know?
we get through the joint development agreement. Well, that'll work its way through as we go through this process. I'd suspect that, leasing's having us and then they lease with us and then they enter into a separate lease with whatever commercial interest might be, could be potentially be, sometimes that, people try to get a higher return because they have more complexity in this. And so it could be that they ask for a purchase, but we did ask all respondents to consider a lease or a sale.
Okay, great. I don't think I'll be on the council in 270 days. So let me just encourage the council to at least consider holding on to the property. It may be 50 years down the line where it matters, but in 50 years, future councils, future Provo residents may be very grateful that this city still owns property downtown. So,
yeah, this is a unique opportunity. There's not going to be, unless I don't know of many other entities that are going to sell an entire block of downtown property in the next few years. So you're right. This is a unique opportunity.
Thank you.
Are there any other questions? Yeah, Mr. Hope.
No question. Maybe I'll grab you after. I'm still a little uneasy about all this, but we can talk offline.
I keep finding myself wanting to misquote Mark Knopfler to you. It's not money for nothing.
Got it.
I appreciate Mr. Parker.
Thank you. Can I just make one clarification just to make sure you know the funding source for this $100,000 comes out of the Redevelopment Agency's tax increment fund. So it's not a general fund investment, and it is kind of how we use these dollars to stimulate the kind of development you want to stimulate. So again, it doesn't affect general fund balances, and it really is the source that we would use for any kind of professional contract services related to a new development. So just so you understand, that's where the money would be coming from.
I'll just add, I appreciate the questions and the concerns. This has not been formally vetted by the RDA Executive Committee. So thank you for raising those. I'll quickly add that I hope that the stakeholder group is wide and diverse. The most important stakeholders, in my opinion, are the citizens, not necessarily a university or a church or an institution, but it's the citizens. And so I hope that the Planning Commission is consistently involved in what they will be implementing. And I hope that the representative of District 5 is consistently involved in this project as well.
So we did reach out to the Planning Commission and offered them the opportunity to meet with McWhinney. This will certainly not be the only time they're here, and they've had, in addition to the two representatives from the church, they've got lined up a meeting with the Daily Herald and several of the people within the project area and the Downtown Business Alliance and so forth. So we're trying to reach out to a broad spectrum. The plan is that I think Ms. Greer mentioned that we're going to have a website and that we're going to offer everybody in Provo to the opportunity to take a look at what's being proposed and to weigh in on how this works, as well as we'll have individual meetings, and McWhinney will be back several times throughout this process as they gather information and ideas. So, of course, this is Mrs. Zimmerman. She's with Design Workshop. Hi, Becky Zimmerman with Design Workshop. I've seen many of you on Zoom before, so nice to see you in person. So we are assisting McWhinney with the community engagement process. We've learned a lot going through the general plan update and the best ways to reach the citizens, to reach the community, and to get their input. So we will very soon be launching a community-wide survey. We have several ways in which we will promote the opportunity to participate in that survey. We'll hopefully be working out details of that in the next couple of days. And we really want to hear and say, well, what do you want downtown? What's missing? What do you want this place to be as kind of the legacy commitment of this council to the future of downtown Provo? I mean, it is so exciting. So we do have a website. It's already designed. We just need to press live and it will go up. It's very similar in idea to the general plan update website. Has a little more information on it, and that will also be where we will drive people to be able to participate on the survey. So we understand.
Thank you, Ms. Zimmerman. Mr. Handley.
I'll be brief. I know we're short on time. While I have a chance, I just want to make a plug for what I hope will be something that will really be a site that will be user-friendly to the entire community, pedestrian-friendly, accessible from all angles geographically. I think it's exciting that this could be a really wonderful revitalization or continual revitalization of Center Street. But for the public, I don't know. I'm a big fan of open space in downtown where you can hear live music, where there's a lot of milling around of pedestrians and so on. And so hopefully this will help continue that process for us. So thank you.
Mr. Hanley has a bias for live music. All right. And for walking and for biking. Okay, thank you. If it's all right, we'll move on to our next item. Mr. Walter will present item number 9, a resolution regarding a parking sublicense agreement between the Redevelopment Agency of Provo City, Provo Housing Authority, and Norco Vista and 85 North Condominium Association. Again, this has not been vetted by the RDA Executive Committee.
Yeah, this involves the Wells Fargo parking garage. And this item, the background has been working. They've been working on it for a long time. We just recently got the documentation this week. The reason they're asking for the consideration here is because there's a closing scheduled. It's a fairly complex investment because they're getting monies from some from home, some from the LIHTC board, some from other entities where it's all going in. And so this was a project that was initially envisioned as a residential project that was going to be on the corner of First East and First North. It was proposed to be developed by 85 East by Mr. Ryan Freeman, who was a participant in the project at 63 East. For a variety of reasons, he opted not to pursue that, and he's tried to sell the project. Part of that was that there was a lease that Mr. Freeman, entered into with the owner of the parking garage. So the parking garage is not owned by the redevelopment agency. And through a variety of steps, the agency acquired, I shouldn't say acquired, the agency had the right to assign a certain number of spaces within that structure, but we don't lease those spaces. We don't have the ability to lease those spaces. We don't physically own them. They're controlled by an entity called Norco Vista. They're out of Rancho Cucamonga, California. Mr. Robert Vernon of the Provo City Housing Authority has acquired that development project. And as part of that, and as part of what he is proposing to develop there, he does not need all the spaces that he's currently under contract for through this process. The contract that he inherited with the acquisition of the development. And so he is asking to be able to sublease those spaces to other entities that may need it. His project is, if I remember correctly, a portion of it is going to be for individuals who are autistic, and then another portion is going to be for lower income seniors. And both groups traditionally do not have the parking requirements that, an ordinary couple or an ordinary group of renters may have for a space, a couple of, and I'm losing the word. Anyway, he's coming back and saying that I don't need all the spaces that I have under contract, and I have the ability to sublease those to somebody else. As a result of this process, we have to agree to that. The problem is that some of the financing entities that are involved in this process are kind of requiring our approval before the closing of the project, which is scheduled to happen this Thursday. And that's what's necessitated this coming forward to you. I know some of you had the opportunity to talk to Mr. Vernon, and I hope he was able to clarify a little bit of this. Part of, they're going to have to adopt a condominium map so that some of these can be sold off, so that we can make sure that any funds that are, for example, are coming from the home allotment through the Utah Valley Home Consortium are not commingled with funds that are coming from another source. And so there's going to be a condominium plat that'll be recorded, and that process will be moving forward as they close this weekend. So what we were asking you to do is to take a look and give your approval to the transfer, the sublease of some of the spaces within this group that 85 acquired, the 85 project acquired from Mr. Freeman through this process.
Thank you. Are there any questions from the council? Mr. Harding.
I was under the impression that this assignment was for the project itself, was for the 60 or 85.
Right.
And so listening to your description, it sounds like.
It's my understanding that when they bought the project, there was a lease in place with Norco Vista and the project for a certain number of spaces. They do not need all those space. Mr. Vernon is here, by the way, so I'll give him the opportunity in a moment to clarify whatever I've mangled in my description. But that Mr. Vernon's project does not need the full allotment of those spaces that he's acquired through this process, and he's asking for the ability to sublease those. And I'll turn the time over to Mr. Vernon now for.
Thank you.
So just to clarify, when we purchased the property, we also purchased the lease to 120 spaces. There were two separate leases, one for 55 spaces, one for 65 spaces. The attorneys, and I have so many attorneys involved in this deal, that's why it's taken forever to get this here. They said, since I'm not assigning all 55 of this one license that I have, they wanted me to do a sub-license rather than just convey that whole license. And so that's why we're doing a sub-license of 41 spaces, and that is to the building. We worked with the planning department. We got a transportation demand agreement with them to lower the number of spaces to 38. And again, I apologize for forcing this on. We've got a closing coming up, and it's a complicated deal. If we go to July 1st, then we probably lose our investor, which is American Express. And so I am embarrassed to say that we finally, I think, got all the kinks worked out with Camille probably 3-4 hours ago. So legal has been through the documents, and they've approved all the changes. And so we have final documents finally. But again, this is a license that we purchased. So we have 120 spaces in the garage. And because Provo City originally financed this parking garage, it went into receivership. When it came out, the city ended up with the right to designate or approve the transfer of those parking spaces. And so this is, us coming back to you and saying, we went through this whole process 18 months ago to purchase it. We did all the legal work, the city approved it, and now we're just coming back and saying, hey, we're doing 41 spaces to the project that already has a building permit, and just moving those spaces over there. So
That's very helpful. What do you expect to do with the other 79?
Good question. I have been approached by Colin Jew, who's looking at redeveloping the Los Hermanos site, and he needs parking spaces. I don't want to be in the parking business. I talked to Gary and I said, if the city wants any spaces, if they, I'll do whatever the city wants. If you want some spaces, tell me now, because if you don't, I'm going to assign all of those to his project in return for 3 units that are going to be affordable to people at 60% or below very median income. So we're getting something very good in exchange for that. So
thank you.
Mr. Shipley?
Yeah, can I just ask, these 120 spots, are these the only spots in the Wells Fargo building that the city has access to at this point?
They have the original agreement said that they had approval rights for 204, I believe. And then it was split off into various different entities. So there's, anytime somebody comes back on those 204 and wants to make a change, you would have the right to approve it.
But as far as the city, I'm just thinking in terms of public access, even though those have been farmed out to different leasing arrangements, there's still public access.
Public access. 500 spaces in the garage.
Okay.
Yes.
Any other questions? We'll hear this again tonight. Okay, thank you.
Thank you very much.
If there is no objection, we will now adjourn the Redevelopment Agency of Provo Governing Board and reconvene as the Provo Municipal Council. If there is any objection, please let me know. All right.
Thank you, Chair Ellsworth. So we have a total of 50 minutes scheduled for the remaining items. We may have a long night tonight. I think it's important that we finish here early enough to at least get some dinner. So we're fresh for that. So shall we aim for being finished here about 5 o'clock? Would that give everyone enough time? So we'll have to move fast through these next few items. Up next is item number 10, an ordinance amending the zone map classification of approximately 3.8 acres of real property generally located at 5600 North University Avenue. And this will be presented by Dustin Wright.
All right, thank you. So this property is one that's it's kind of the entry into the city at the north, and it's one where the applicant's looking to change the use. It will better align it with the general plan. The general plan calls for commercial, and their request is to change it from the manufacturing park to a general commercial zone. Currently, the building is vacant, or there's 2 vacant buildings, and so they're going to be kind of refreshing those and getting them ready for new tenants. And
need the rezone to be able to change the use to allow for restaurants and other commercial retail sites. So yeah, it will be the other thing, I guess, to note on this, as far as where its location is, it's right on the Provo-Orem border. And so the applicant actually owns the property to the north as well, which is in Orem. And a portion of the parking for this site is going to be on that Orem property. So she's been working with Orem City and got approval for that. And what we would have as part of this rezone request is that there'd be a development agreement that would tie that parking to this development in Provo City, just to make that clear. So that's kind of what the development agreement that we've been working on, drafting that up, would be for ensuring that the required parking is part of this. And so that was the recommendation from staff and from the Planning Commission, and the Planning Commission has forwarded a positive recommendation for this rezone. I'd be happy to answer any questions you might have.
Mr. Hanley.
Does this have any impact in your judgment on 5600 North? I mean, there's been some talk about possibly making that into an intersection. I mean, with a traffic light, is this going to impact that in any way?
Yeah, so Public Works has looked at that, and I believe there's future plans for an intersection or a signalized intersection there. This development would put improvements along 5600 North. So adding sidewalk and park strip and city standards there, which would improve access to the Provo River as well. And so, yeah, as far as impacts go, I think Public Works, I think David Day should be available tonight to talk about any traffic impacts or anything from the study
Okay.
that they did there.
Mr. Harney.
I'm really excited by this and by the potential to this. I sure hope that as they're looking at a refresh, turning this into a commercial area, I hope if there's anything that Provo can do to encourage them to embrace the riverfront there and to make that an amenity that's part of the commercial attraction for this area, I would sure support that. Yeah, their concept plan shows quite a bit of improvement along with open space, that you're not allowed to build within 100 feet of the river, but they will put some pathways and landscape and everything in there. So I think it will be a fresh look there for not turning the back on the river, but using that as an amenity. So that was one thing we're excited about too.
All right, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Move on to item number 11, which is an ordinance amending the zone map classification of approximately 0.8 acres of real property generally located at 690 East, 500 South from residential conservation to medium density residential. This will be presented by Brandon Larson.
Okay. So this property is just a little north of the cemetery, just off of Center Street, 690 East and 700 or 690 South, or actually 500 South, 690 East, sorry. So what we've got here is just, we've got a proposed MDR rezone for this 0.82 acres. What they want to do, if the property is rezoned, they'd like to develop a 15-unit townhome complex there. And so the proposed rezone is in line with the general plan map designation. The general plan map says calls for residential on that property. And the Mazer neighborhood plan calls for single-family residential townhomes. According to the code, according to Title 14, are single-family homes. They're attached single-family homes. So staff sees this requested rezone as being in harmony with the general plan and with the Mazer neighborhood plan. And the Mazer neighborhood plan,
there's a section in there there's a section for single family homes in there, and it gives no preference to detached or attached single family homes. So so staff is supportive. The planning commission was supportive of this rezone. There were a few neighbors that expressed some concerns with this one. One was just kind of a general comment about concern about development in general in the city and kind of the drought and the resources available. One property owner referenced a concern about, well, if we've got that this property is currently rezoned or currently zoned residential conservation, and their comment was, well, if we've already got a zone, what's the purpose of rezoning it? Doesn't it kind of undermine the He noted that the residential conservation zone preserves residential residences and that residential use, and so he was worried about that. So staff's opinion is, well, this is actually going to improve the residential area, the residential nature of that area. That it looks like an area in decline that could use some revitalization. So we feel like the proposed rezone and concept plan for 15 townhomes is a helpful thing to revitalize the area. Again, 15 units will have an interior driveway system to access the homes. So I don't know if you have any questions on this one, but I'm certainly glad to answer them.
Not seeing any questions, so thank you. This item and actually the one before and the next one will all be on the agenda tonight. So let's move on to item number 12, which will also be presented by Brendan Larson. Okay, so we've got a requested rezone of approximately 23 acres, just off of the intersection of Lakeshore Boulevard and Center Street, roughly about 200 north and Lakeshore Drive. They're proposing most of that area would be rezoned to the R18 zone, and then a portion there in the northeast corner would be rezoned to the RA zone. So they're proposing 69 new single-family lots in that area. The adjacent, if you can go to the next slide. I guess what I'd say on this one is general, as far as the idea of rezoning this R18, looking at the land use and the southwest area map, the general plan calls for residential, and more specifically, the southwest area future land use map appears to call for residential R1 zoning on that property. If you can go to the next slide. So here's the surrounding zoning around the property. A lot of it's agricultural R110, kind of to the south and west, but then you've got a lot of R110 and R18 zoning. So you've got some existing R1 neighborhoods. There's actually quite a bit of R18 zoning in this area. There's a lot to the north and east of this property, and staff thinks that an R18 zone is kind of thinks that this is a good idea for this property. You know, when you consider R110 versus R18, a couple of things to consider on that is, first, the average lot size on this is 11,500. That's the concept plan's calling for an average lot size of 11,500. The other thing that staff's very interested in is if you rezone it, say you go to the R18 zone, that really does kind of hamper the effort. Or if you go to the R110 zone, it does kind of tie the developer a little bit. You have to have wider lots. There are just a few more constraints, and ultimately what that does is it kind of
makes it hard for them to get to that 4 units net density. Well, if they can go down to the R18, then all of a sudden they can have 8,000, or they can have 80-foot wide lots, and they can have some more flexibility. And again, they're aware of the R110 zoning in the area, and so they've tried to give us something that looks a lot like the R110. The lowest lot size, the minimum lot size in their concept plan is 8,300 square feet. The biggest lot's over an acre. There's quite a few large lots in that plat, so it looks a lot like an R110 zone development. They've added, as far as the concept plan, there's good connection to the east with the existing subdivision there. They've provided some, if you can go a couple more slides go one more, there we go. You can see the access connection there with the development to the east. Pretty good connection there. We had them get rid of a cul-de-sac on the northwest of the property, and feel like they've done a good job. They've provided some access to a couple of trail accesses to the river, or a couple of access points to the river, I should say. And so I feel like this is a good proposal. We know that the neighborhood is very supportive of this. There are a couple of other ideas thrown out. Neighborhood said we like this one. The neighborhood, or this proposal, of course, is in the west side of the city, and there's west side development policies. And one of those that's important is maintaining agricultural land as long as the farmer chooses to farm. And this farmer chose not to farm anymore. He sold the land to a developer. This land does help provide some access to open space with the 2 access points. And there is no, one of the important points of the West Side development policies is establishing ordinances to require a mix of housing types, lot sizes, and designs to accommodate various stages of life. The staff's not aware of any ordinances right now that require that mix of housing types. And so they've chosen to listen to the neighborhood and have proposed a single family development. As far as access to infrastructure, they're going to phase this. You can see kind of the phasing schedule at the bottom right-hand corner. That they will adhere to the 40. Well, I'll say it this way: their phases are less than the 40 phases or 40 connections allowed per phase. So they've been mindful of that. Again, staff is supportive of not only the concept plan, which was approved by the Planning Commission, but also the rezone. And I'll answer any questions you have.
Right.
Oh,
Mr.
Henley.
Sorry, I was, just a quick question about the river access. I mean, I know it's a concept plan, but I would just hate to have this whole thing kind of have its back up against the river rather than opening the neighborhood up to it and providing some open space next to it. So I don't know if you could, is there any reassurance that we won't end up with something like that, or is that to be determined at a later point in more concrete detail if this were to be approved?
It would be ironed out at the platting stage. The thing that's tough there is, we know they've provided the access points, but as far as like a trigger to require the dedication, I'm not aware of one, but I know that on the last development, the Public Works, of course, had some concerns about, the Planning Commission asked for something like that, and the Public Works, or not the Public Works Department, the Parks and Recs Department came back and said they were kind of a little nervous about that idea. They were questions about entanglements with the Delta River project and maintenance
I guess, arrangements with the county, or how do I say this? Some sections of the trail are maintained by the county, whereas some sections are maintained by the city. I know that was a couple of things they threw out as concerns, but this is what they're proposing now, and certainly the developer will be here tonight, and maybe they'd be willing to entertain a little bit more of a dedication than they've shown here.
Will there be somebody from Parks and Rec I just didn't quite understand the description of their reservations. So I didn't quite understand. I mean, I understood it as some sort of complex interplay between county and city, but I didn't know why that couldn't be worked out.
Yeah, and they didn't provide me any more details than that. Then they simply noted the entanglements with that with the River Delta project, and then with the county maintenance issues.
I sort of see the River Delta project as an opportunity rather than as an obstacle.
Yeah,
I mean, it may be, I just don't understand some of the logistics or the bureaucracy of it, but
I'll contact Mr. Bunderson of Parks and Recs before the meeting and see if I can get some more clarity on that.
Mr. Harding. I think there's some aspects that interplay with the next item, so I won't touch on those. But as far as what Councilor Handley was discussing there, I think I would be interested in whatever we decided to do for the previous one that we approved, which is, I guess, a couple fields over. Whatever we decided to do with the pathway, and I think where we ended up is it wasn't going to be dedicated, but it was going to be a pathway that would be open to the public. That's what I would be interested in this as well. And then if there's anything we can do to make sure that the space in the middle, when it eventually develops, that it will interconnect. I really appreciate the interconnectedness of the street networks to the east.
Mm-hmm.
I don't see us right now, this proposal, I don't think proposes a stub to the west. And I think that's something that I think we should do, so that when that middle piece develops, that we can have those roads interconnect. I'm not sure if everyone's aware, but the kind of that square to the north part there, it's a future city park.
Yes.
And so to have some roads there that, kids can ride their bikes on to get from the next development to the west, that they can bike up and safely get to that park. Just the interconnectedness, I think, is pretty important. So I think that's, as far as the layout of this, that's the one thing that I would like to see, would be a roadway connection to the future development to the west.
Right. One thing I'd say here is I should have mentioned this, but the Lakeview Parkway will come right there. The city owns that land currently, and that's really the last part in between the school and Center Street that hasn't been developed, but it will. So you'll have that road there at some point. So
That's very helpful. Thank you.
Councilor Ellsworth.
This concept plan has already been tentatively or conditionally approved by the Planning Commission, right?
Yeah.
So when we rezone it, this is what we're agreeing to. And I expressed my concerns last time. I'll express them again. I feel like when we orient developments with their back to the river, we are not creating a safe trail environment for women and for children. It's not just me. I'm not the only woman in the community who wants to use safe trails, and I'm not the only one with this concern. And I'm consistently discouraged that we're not creating better safety for women and children.
Thank you. Any other questions? All right. Thank you, Mr. Larson. We'll see you tonight, I guess, for this item. Now we're back to the last item, is item number 5. We could try to limit this till 5 o'clock, and then whatever we need to continue on tonight. I think that would be good for all of us, but This item is a presentation regarding the intent statement for the Southwest Area Plan, and this will be presented by Cliff Strachan.
Thank you, councilors. And Mr. Chair, I'm just going to share my screen again. So this discussion arises in follow-up to the discussion you had last meeting about, again, about the Southwest Area Plan. Just give you a very quick history. Mr. Harding would like about 4 minutes to make his case on this one, on this discussion, and outline some things for you. The history is that 2016, the council appointed the planning committee to create these policies. In 2017, the committee, Westside Committee, recommended and the city council adopted the policies in 7 categories. And in 2018, the Southwest Area Future Land Use Map is created and adopted. Councilor Harding recently proposed that the council adopt statement reaffirming its intent to implement the previous West Side development policies and the Southwest Area Future Land Use Map, and ultimately to provide additional clarity regarding that intent. He talked about draft ordinances, asking the planning departments to draft ordinance to accomplish the policy 3A. He wanted the overall density to be clear that it's 4 units to the gross acre. Westside policies 3A through 3D should apply to all residential developments. I'm overly summarizing these, I think. And then his proposal included 6 statements addressing the residential designated areas and 4 statements addressing the LDR designated areas on that map. And then after some discussion with stakeholders, we got an email from Dave yesterday, and he summarized some proposed changes to those intent statements, acknowledging that development below 10 acres may need special consideration, suggested a 10% unit minimum, depending on development size, notes that larger development should have a greater number of different housing types, and then asked staff and the planning commission to recommend guidelines and ordinances that better define the previous 3 bullets. Now, having had discussions with Bill Pepperoni and Gary McGinn, the next screenshot here is what they propose for a process. They would propose that we refer to land use statement to the planning commission for consideration, that the planning commission meets and discusses it and identifies issues that can be clarified, that they hold a public hearing, that they make recommendations to the council on whether the policies and maps should be amended as proposed. And then the council will hold at least 1 public hearing to affirm, deny, or modify the planning commission's recommendations. That's what the administration proposes. So really where you are at now is council can take action to adopt the statement with or without changes. They can refer the statement to planning commission for consideration, continue the item, or do nothing. And at this point, I'll defer to Mr. Harding. He'd asked for 4 or 5 minutes to talk about the proposals.
John, I sent you a couple. Mr. Magnus, I sent you a couple links. Is that something that you can pull up? Basically, okay, 4 minutes, which would give us 1 minute for discussion. I've had some really good conversations with members of the council, with Mr. Pepperoni, with some of the neighborhood chairs in the area, and very, very good feedback. This is a proposed intent statement. It was to try to clarify what is the intent of this council as far as development standards, or the granularity of the mixture of housing that is the current city policy for West Provo. So I heard some concerns about the way that it was written, concerns about what about smaller developments, what threshold does this need to apply. I've wanted to keep this at a fairly high level, but with a little bit more clarity than what we have. And so it was rewritten. So it pulls out those 3 areas. What is the can we get the currently proposed intent statement up? And I'll want to refer to that in just a moment. But basically, the size that it should, is there developments that are small that this wouldn't apply to? How many units are we talking about, and how many different types of housing it needs to be in the mixture? So it identifies those three things and asks for the Planning Commission and staff to bring us recommendations for how to balance those things. And so in my perspective, if we were to pass this statement tonight, basically all we're saying is that we want the higher or the finer granularity in the mixture, and that we are asking the Planning Commission to weigh in and to make recommendations for what that exactly looks like in those three areas. So yeah, and now if we can flip to that graphic, and if you can kind of zoom in on it so the graphic takes up most of the screen. So basically, I guess this is a question. If you feel that what we have been, the kind of developments that we've been receiving, and again, we have another one tonight. Yeah, if we can just blow that up now. Oh. Okay, I appreciate all your technical assistance and allowing us to have this conversation. But basically on the top two pictures are things that we recently approved for a development under the RES designation on the future land use map. And top right is what we approved recently under the LDR designation on the future land use map. In both cases, they're all of one type, single family detached, all roughly the same lot size is up in the top left. And then the LDR project that we approved, it was all townhomes, kind of tucked in and oriented in a way to maximize, the number of units that could go in, but all one type. If we're comfortable with that's how this is developing, then we don't need a statement because the status quo is sufficient. But just consider that we now have small pockets of all townhome, and then large swaths that's all single family detached, all the same, roughly the same size. And what does that do? Is that the community that we want to build? And are there concerns about having just kind of like two types? You either live in one neighborhood with all townhomes, or you live in one neighborhood of all single family detached. Or if we are concerned about that, if that's not the level of granularity of mixture that we believe that we should have, I'd suggest we pass the statement. In the bottom left, we have a concept plan that was put together by a developer that includes, among the 70 units, includes some mansion houses that are designed to look like single family detached, but have rental opportunities and would be at a much lower price point. And then also there are, if I remember correctly, there are 14 clustered homes. These are these would be roughly $650,000 a piece. So they're not necessarily cheap, but they're still cheaper than what else would be developed there. These 10 homes, large homes, but very small lots, very small yards with shared driveway accesses. And the idea is to allow people that aren't necessarily interested in a big yard to still be able to have a nice big home, and in a very attractive location. And then on the bottom right, and I've already passed my time, bottom right, that's what we could be looking at. I don't know why that's black and white, but anyway, that's what we could be looking at for an LDR. So instead of all straight townhomes, all kind of piled in, we would have single family detached. We would have small apartments. We could have townhomes. We could have all of these different types all integrated in together. And to me, that's a much more attractive place to live than in something that's just, row after row of townhomes. So that is my pitch. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Hardy. Is everyone okay if we just continue this at this point for tonight? Okay, that being the case, then if there's no objection, we will adjourn and have our dinner and be back here at 5:30. Thank you. Okay.
The recording has stopped.